The sounds and smells of spring are in the air. For Soda Springs, the birds are breaking out of their nest and taking to the field for some good old baseball and softball. If you listen close, you can hear it. Baseball and softball in the Idaho Rocky Mountains can be as unpredictable as the weather, but the hopes of a strong season are high for the Cardinals of Soda Springs as they pursue a trip to the state championship later this spring. For the first time, KBRV is bringing you every step of that trip. Every diving catch, every line drive to the gap, every run of the season can be heard right here on your home for Cardinal Sports. Live local sports are brought to you on the Bear by Monsanto, Reed's Plumbing and Heating, Sanders Furniture, Agrium, Feeding the World Responsibly, Silver Star Communications, and by MyLocalRadio.com. We're about 20 minutes away from the first pitch, so hold on to your seats and turn your radios loud as we send you to the field for all the action with the voice of Caribou County Sports, Caleb Burgraff, on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at MyLocalRadio.com.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, out to beautiful and sunny Glenns Ferry, Idaho, as we get set for the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals opening up the Glenns Ferry tournament for themselves, as they are going to be taking on the Wells Jaguars from Nevada in their first matchup. And the Cardinals, looking for their first win of the season, will be going against a Wells Jaguars team that has played 11 games already on the year. They, of course, had their first tournament back at the beginning of March and are looking for their 6th win of the season, 5-5-1, officially the record for the Jaguars coming into this game. And they are just now getting healthy after being able to take their entire spring break off for 2 weeks and having a couple of games off as well, as they had that same problem with snow that the Soda Springs Cardinals had on their field, but that struck right when they were in the middle of spring break. So they are looking to be completely healthy coming into this game. The Cardinals bringing a little bit of a roughed up team into this game, but they are looking for that first win with a solid lineup and a couple of momentum gaining plays at the back end of their game against Firth, as they made a rally to try and come back from down 9 and were able to cut the deficit down to 5. So the Cardinals and the Jaguars coming up next year on KBRV 800 The Bear. This is your Deceivingly Tan pregame show, and along with myself, we are again in Glenns Ferry, Idaho. We'll be back with more on the pregame show after this. Word from our sponsors on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at MyLocalRadio.com.
Deceivingly Tan at 186 South Main Street in Soda Springs, Idaho is currently having 2 spray tan specials for high school students. Our prom special is only $15, and for you distinguished young women contestants, it's only $10 to get your instant tan before the competition. You'll look great with a spray tan that will leave you looking healthy and radiant. Call today for your appointment at 208-547-0514. That's Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs at 208-547-0514.
Thanks again to Deceivingly Tan for being our pregame show sponsor. And again, if you are a high school student at Soda Springs High School or any of the area high schools, be sure to get in touch with Billy at Deceivingly Tan, as she is having a prom special, $15 spray tans for high school students. And if you are well, I'm completely blanking on this part, but again, the $15 spray tans, 208-547-0514. Just call Billy again at Deceivingly Tan for that if you're a high school student. And even if you're not a high school student, contact Billy and get yourself ready for the swimsuit season and the summer as it continues to roll on forward. We're here again in Glenns Ferry, as the Glenns Ferry annual baseball and softball tournament getting set to, well, it is already underway actually. The Malad Dragons have played 1 game already. They're in the middle of a game right now as they are taking on the Marsing Huskies. Earlier, they already had a very, very solid performance and a strong win in their first game, an 8-0 victory in the opening game of the tournament for the Malad Dragons in their contest against Wendell that started out this tournament, and they are up 5-0 here after the top of the 6th inning as they take on the Marsing Huskies, and the Malad Dragons getting set to take to the field in what will most likely be the final frame of this game. The Cardinals getting set to take to the field again against Wells, Nevada, up next in Game 3 of today's tournament. And we're here on KBRV 800 The Bear, of course, and online at MyLocalRadio.com. And hopefully we're going to get to watch the Cardinals work to their first win of the season. And they have 2 chances to do it, as we're going to be broadcasting a doubleheader for you here, as the DECLO Hornets will be the next team up on the Cardinals slate, as they will have that game coming your way at around 2 o'clock is the scheduled first pitch of that game, an hour and 45 minutes after the first pitch of game number 1 for the Cardinals. Again, 5-0 our score here between the Malad Lady Dragons and and the Marsing Huskies. As we continue to roll along on the pregame show, we'll take another break. When we come back, our standout student will be talking with us as Say Wells will be talking about how her senior year has been going. She is a transfer into Soda Springs High School, came in September, and is looking to graduate this year and move on to the next stage in her life. We'll be chatting with her on the other side of this break on the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
MyLocalRadio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you.
How'd I do?
You'll get better.
Tim can't wait to be a real driver. But for now, he's king of the online track thanks to Silver Star Communications high-speed internet. Reliable, consistent speeds give him the edge against players anywhere, even the other end of the couch.
Whoa.
You'll get better.
Visit silverstar.com to learn more.
Welcome back into the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com as we are broadcasting to you from Glenns Ferry, Idaho, where right now the temperature, for any of you in Soda Springs wondering if you want to make the trip over here, is supposed to get into the 80s today. And what is a wonderful atmosphere for softball and baseball, for that matter, as the Lady Cardinals getting set on the softball field to take to the field after the Malad Dragons and the Marsing Huskies finish up their contest. And the boys of Soda getting set to take to the baseball field as Glenns Ferry is wrapping up a game against, I believe, Marsing as well on that field, as they will be taken to the field at 12:30, the scheduled start for the Cardinals baseball game, as they look to try and get a win on the season and continue their winning streak right now, which has stretched all the way to 3 games. They're 5-2 on the season, with a tough win against Firth coming Tuesday night in a 2-1 affair that Tanner Myers was able to give them a win, pitching 7 complete innings. Tanner Myers not making the trip for this one, as well as Taylor Myers for the Lady Cardinals softball team not making the trip as well. We'll talk more about that as we continue on in the pregame show, but right now it's time for us to jump into our standout student, as we had a chance to sit down with senior Say Wells and talk about how her senior year's been going on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com with live video streaming.
Caleb Burgraff joined here with Sahai Wells from Soda Springs High School, and she's a senior at the high school. And Sahai, first of all, how's the senior year been going for you? I know you had to transfer into a new school and kind of get used to a new group of kids that you're around. What's it been like this year?
You know, the first time I moved here, I was very nervous, but I got used to it. I adjusted very well. So it's been fun so far. I'm ready to graduate.
When you think about adjusting, this isn't the first time you've had to adjust. You're originally from Ethiopia, made the move when you were 12 to Idaho. What was it like getting used to the new culture, and what's things been like as you've continually gotten used to America?
It was very hard at first. I didn't know English at first, and I didn't know anything, so it was kind of hard. So I had to watch a lot of TV to understand English. So it was hard at first, but it's fun.
One of those things where TV really is a good thing for kids to be able to sit in front of and continue to watch. Let's talk a little bit about school this year. What have been some of the classes you've been taking?
English, just normal senior classes. I take a dual credit class. That's a college class. It's been so far, which just helps me plan out my life.
If you had a subject that you could take and really enjoy, just one that you would want to take all day long, is there any subject that you would just sign up for that?
Speech with Miss Pankow. She made the whole process really fun, the whole class. I just love that class. I will retake it again.
Not a lot of times you hear kids toss out speech, because getting in front of people and talking is not something that a lot of people enjoy. I've heard it's the number one fear of people as well. What makes you enjoy talking to people and being in front of people?
I don't really enjoy talking. She just made it fun. Just the whole thing was fun, so it just wasn't like super overwhelming or anything. It's just easy going.
Talk a little bit about some of the teachers you like too. Miss Pankow obviously is going to be one of those. Are there any other teachers here, or even at some of your old schools, that you really enjoyed being taught from and learning from?
So my English teacher, Mrs. Fetzer, she's one of my favorite teachers. I think she's a really good teacher. I enjoy having her as a teacher. She's pretty cool. I like her. She's one of my favorite teachers.
Extracurricular stuff is also something that's pretty important when it comes to school, to keep yourself busy, and you were very busy as you were playing soccer over at Marsh Valley. Soccer's not a sport that a lot of people really know a lot about here in Idaho. What was it like being able to do that commute and actually still being able to do something you enjoy?
It was very hard because I feel like I didn't get a lot of support, but I did. They just gave me the cheerleaders a lot of support. I didn't get it from everybody, and it was just hard to adjust and to tell them that I play for them because I don't know if they like them. So it's just kind of hard.
Now, future plans. You're a senior this year, and Utah Valley University is on the agenda for you in the future. Talk about some of your future plans and what the next couple of years might hold for you.
I'm not really sure. I just go to college. I definitely want to finish college before I get into have kids or marriage or anything like that. So definitely want to finish college. I don't really have any plans. It's the plan to go to college.
Any careers that you're maybe eyeing as what you might want to get into?
I'm looking at the respiratory therapist in the medical field. I've always wanted to go to the medical field. So
always a lot of work in those fields as well. We'll wrap it all up with one more question for you. And when you think about Soda Springs High School, only 1 year here, what's going to be the thing that you really carry with you from this high school? What's your best memory from being a Cardinal?
The fact that they support their team. They support their sport team. Like, everybody goes and they're very supportive. That's the one thing I've noticed coming here. Very supportive.
Sahai, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us here. You're a standout student for this week, and good luck as you continue moving on through your life after high school.
Thank you.
That was senior Sahai Wells from Soda Springs High School, and good luck to her in her future endeavors, as she is our standout student for today on KBRV 800 The Bear, and of course online at mylocalradio.com. We're going to take another break on our Deceivingly Tan pregame show, and when we come back, we'll jump into our coaches show. We're going to sit down with one of the seniors for the Soda Springs baseball team in Kobe Allen, as well as Brianne Evans from Soda Springs and the softball team, as she is one of the assistant coaches who actually has some college coaching experience behind her as well, coaching at Southern Virginia University for a couple of years, or for at least a year in her past. We'll come back with that on the other side of this break on KBRV 800 The Bear, and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
Hi, this is John Ondrasik of Five for Fighting, here for RAD, the entertainment industry's voice for road safety. You know, style is a personal thing, and your lifestyle is your business. But if you take it on the road, it becomes everybody's business. So please, plan ahead, designate before you celebrate. Friends, don't let friends drive drunk.
A public service announcement brought to you by RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Welcome back out once again to the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com, as it's time for us to jump into our coaches show. And this time we had a chance to sit down with not a coach, but one of the senior leaders on the Soda Springs baseball team. Kobe Allen will join us on the pregame show next as we talk about how the baseball team's been doing. They're actually 5-2 on the season and having some varied success this year as they look to try and continue that success. And they'll be taking on Marsing on the baseball field in in just about a half hour from now. Softball about 15 minutes away, and with that, Kobe Allen joins us on your Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Caleb Burgraff joined here with Kobe Allen from the Soda Springs baseball team. And Kobe, you guys just come off one of the biggest wins of the year for you guys against Firth, a team that you could be facing later on this year in the postseason. First of all, for yourself, what was it like to get that win?
I felt pretty good. Definitely gave me some confidence. Got on base my first at bat, and it's pretty good knowing that we can go out and beat a team as good as Firth.
Not only did you guys get the win, but it was a very tight game as well, a 2-1 win. When you guys get wins like that in tight contests, is that something else that you see as being a major boost in the confidence for not just you, but everybody?
It's definitely a boost of confidence for everyone, I think. We're all positive in the dugout. We stayed in the game, even though when times got rough and bases were loaded and they were up at bat, and we made plays and we stayed confident and we stuck with it.
This week, you guys are going to finish the week by heading over to Glens Ferry and taking part in that tournament. 4 games, including some very tough ones. You have a Wells, Nevada team that I believe is 8-3 on the season. And then you also get Nampa Christian, the defending state champions. What do you guys hope to get out of this weekend?
I definitely think we'll get some learning experience, definitely for me, and it'll be good for the team to see where we're at, to play as good as team as them. And I think we're meeting Malad down there, so playing them down there, so it'll be good to play them and see how good that they'll be during the district play. So.
You guys also are going to be going there without having Tanner Myers on the mound. Do you think that'll be a help to try and get some other kids out onto the mound that might not have thought they would be a major force in the pitching this year?
I definitely will. I know that some pitchers have pitched in the past. I know Braxton and Zach will be there, so they definitely have pitched before and they have good arms, and I definitely have confidence in them, and I think they'll do good.
Couple more questions for you. For yourself, what are the biggest things that you need to improve on this year in order to get your game to where you want it?
Just be confident in myself and trust my teammates and work hard at practice.
We'll wrap it up with the thought of coming out of this weekend. Wins or losses, no matter what the record is, what's a successful weekend for this team going to be?
Just getting done what we need to do, and playing as a team and keeping each other uplifted and getting on the right track for future underclassmen. So.
Kobe, thank you so much for taking the time. Good luck to you guys as you get things started off, and it'll be a big game for you guys in the opening one, and hopefully you guys can come away with a win against Wendell.
All right, thank you, Caleb.
That was Kobe Allen from the Soda Springs baseball team as they again look to try and keep things moving. They've won 3 straight. They'll look for another win as they get set to take on Marsing in their first game today, as I thought it was Wendell, but they will actually not be playing Wendell in this tournament. They'll be playing Wells, Nevada tomorrow, Nampa Christian tomorrow at 4:30, and Prairie at 9 o'clock on Saturday. We'll actually have all of those games here on KBRV 800 The Bear and online, of course, at mylocalradio.com as well. We're going to be coming back with a chat with the head coach, one of the assistant coaches of the Lady Cardinals, as Brianne Evans will be sitting down and talking with us about how the season has gone for them and what exactly the expectations are for the Cardinals as they continue to get set for the opening game for them in the Glens Ferry annual baseball and softball tournament on the Deceivingly Tan pregame show here on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
How'd I do?
You'll get better.
Tim can't wait to be a real driver. But for now, he's king of the online track thanks to Silver Star Communications high-speed internet. Reliable, consistent speeds give him the edge against players anywhere, even the other end of the couch.
Whoa. You'll get better.
Visit silverstar.com to learn more.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Welcome back out into the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBR V800 The Bear as the Lady Cardinals getting set to get their warm-ups going against the Wells Leopards of Wells, Nevada, as a 1A school from Nevada making the trip up here to take on the Lady Cardinals in their both opening game of today's tournament. We had a chance to sit down with Brianne Evans, the assistant coach for the Lady Cardinals, and get her thoughts on what the team needs to do to come away with a win today.
Kayla Bergraff joined here with Brianne Evans, who is one of the assistant coaches for the Lady Cardinals softball team. And Coach, you guys had a very light week last week, and then you come into it this week and have a very busy schedule. To start things off with, how do you get the girls prepared for something like that, where you go from no games in 1 week to having 5 games in a week in a very short period of time?
We just definitely have to keep them busy. We try to work practices with a lot of different drills, try not to do the same type of drills. They get bored really easy, so we try to mix everything up a lot. And I mean, just try to keep their spirits up. The snow has just destroyed us this year, and it's not very fun. But they're super excited to get out on the field, and that's been a really big game changer for us.
You guys actually have nice weather today, and you also had fairly nice weather yesterday when you guys went to Firth. Let's talk about that game just for a quick second. You guys dug yourself a hole. We're down 13-4 at one point in time, 13-3 actually at one point in time. But then in the 7th inning, really started to show some heart, came back, were able to make it a 5-run game, and were it not for a couple of calls that didn't go your way, may have been able to finish the comeback or at least make it a little bit closer. What did that say about this team when not only they had the bad inning, but they composed themselves and played very good softball for the last 3 innings?
It definitely shows that, I mean, they've got heart and they've got spirit, and they're here to play. I mean, they're here to battle. They, you know, if they get down, I mean, they can dig themselves out of a hole. We may not have a win on the season this year yet, but we have seen improvements like no other. And I mean, you know, if they get down quite a few innings or quite a few runs in an inning, I mean, they're digging themselves out. They've got the heart and the drive to do it, and I know they can.
What needs to change for this team going into Glenns Ferry in order to turn some of the close games that you guys have had or the comebacks you guys have had into some victories on the other side of the scorecard?
I think definitely, like I said earlier, our biggest thing right now is the snow. We have not been able to be on the dirt, which is very hard, but they've been getting on the dirt and they've been practicing a lot, and a lot of things have changed, especially our pitchers are coming along very, very well. We're very impressed with them, and the fielding and everything, it just takes time. I mean, it's still pretty early in the season, but as far as Glenns, we're super excited for them to be on the dirt. It's supposed to be about 85 degrees. We're so excited to see sun, but yeah, we're just super excited to be on the dirt.
We'll wrap it all up with this. In the first games, you guys get Wells, Nevada, a team that has had a very good season so far this year if you look at their record on Max Preps. And then you get DECLO, a team that, again, like you guys, may have been battling a little bit with the weather, especially with some of the storms that came through last week. What are your thoughts on those two games? And when you think about what you want to come out of those, win or loss, what is the success going to be in those two games?
Definitely, I mean, we would love the wins. Any team would love the wins. But, I mean, like I said, we are super impressed with their confidence and everything and being able to dig out of sticky situations. Our pitching has come along. Our defense, our batting is really starting to come along too. So I'm just really excited for them. Like I said, win, loss, draw, whatever it is. I think we're just super excited that, like I said, they just get to be on the dirt.
That's the running theme, getting out onto the dirt, getting yourself some nice weather, and not a bad theme to have right now. Brianne, thank you so much for talking with us, and good luck to you guys as you get ready to open up the Glenns Ferry tournament.
Thank you.
That was assistant coach Brianne Evans for the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals, as again they get set for their opening game of the Glenns Ferry Baseball and Softball Invitational, and they are getting set to take on the Wells Leopards from Wells, Nevada, a 1A team that is 5-5-1 on the season coming into this. They've been playing for just about a month of straight games. Weather has affected them a little bit too, though, so like the Cardinals, they have been battling Mother Nature in a couple of their contests so far this season, but they are definitely getting a little bit more playing time, and talking to their head coach and Tina Barger, they have gotten healthy as well. They started out the season with 5 of their starters not in the starting lineup, and this team is back to where they want to be coming into this game, and we'll see if that changes and affects how they come out here against the Cardinals. They're going to be putting a junior onto the mound. Caitlin Del Rio will be doing the starting pitching for the Wells Leopards. The Cardinals will also be throwing a junior, Cheyenne Dominguez, who got rocked a little bit in her last game, as that was the game against the Firth Cougars. It was a 13 run performance that Cheyenne gave up in that game. But talking with Coach Fetzer, we both agreed that a lot of those runs came off of Blue singles or just little line drives that were able to find holes, or ground balls even, that were able to find holes in the infield and outfield. So if Cheyenne can come out and do that once again, get a couple more to go straight to some fielders, or get a little bit more luck on the bounces, she could definitely have a very solid game. We'll take a break, come back. Our keys to the game are coming up next, as well as the first pitch on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
Deceivingly Tan at 186 South Main Street in Soda Springs, Idaho is currently having 2 spray tan specials for high school students. Our prom special is only $15, and for you distinguished young women contestants, it's only $10 to get your instant tan before the competition. You'll look great with a spray tan that will leave you looking healthy and radiant. Call today for your appointment at 208-547-0514. That's Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs at 208-547-0514.
Welcome back into the Deceivingly Tan pregame show, our final stop on the Deceivingly Tan pregame show before we move on to the first pitch of today's game, and it's time for us to jump into our keys to the game, brought to you by Soda Smiles Dentistry. A smile is a curve that sets everything straight. Dr. Matt Coons and the staff at Soda Smiles Dentistry invites you to their office on Main Street in Soda Springs. And our key to the game today for the Cardinals goes and focuses on Cheyenne Dominguez, and I think it's brushing off the game that they had in their last contest. If she can put that game behind her, not necessarily think too much about the bad things, but focus on the good things, focus on the shutout inning she pitched in the second, focus on the fact that she was almost able to get out of some of the tough positions in that game that she ended up facing against herself, then she could be out there for a very, very long time in today's game and end up getting the Cardinals a little bit of a victory in this contest against Wells and the Leopards. We'll see what comes up in that effect as they continue to get the field prepped here and continue to get things sprayed down a little bit behind schedule. This game's set to have a first pitch come at 12:15. It's just about 12:15 right now, and they're continuing to get that field prepared and ready after the Malad Dragons already have played 2 games on this field. They came out in their first game and got a win against Wendell 8-0 in a very strong performance for the Dragons. Then in game number 2, they came out, had another strong performance, 5-0. The defense really showing off in the opening of today's games for the Malad Dragons as their pitching staff threw a pair of shutouts, and the offense also played very good as well. Here, though, the Cardinals not necessarily expecting the same type of shutdown defense, but the offense hopefully will be able to keep them in it, and that's something that you heard Brienne talk about in the pregame show as the coaches show went on, that this is a team for the Lady Cardinals that is growing every single time that they touch the field, and keeping them aware of that growth is something very important to keep them aware of. That, you know, just because you don't necessarily have a perfect record, just because you haven't won a game yet, does not necessarily mean that things have been going badly. That's one of the separating factors between baseball and softball when it comes down to the fact of the matter and fact of the line of things, that these 2 games are ones that you don't necessarily see a perfect record. You never expect a team to go through undefeated on the season unless they are absolutely loaded with talent and you never really expect to see a team come through with an undefeated season unless they have everything go their way. So losses are expected, and as long as you can continue to see some of that improvement, you can never count yourselves out moving forward in these contests. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Cardinals adjust. They're again getting warmed up on the field. Cardinals will be wearing their road black uniforms with Soda Cardinals written across the front and the Cardinals Superman logo or Super Bird logo in the middle of it. White trim and piping it down the sides with the names on the back and the numbers in white and black pants as well, in a very crisp uniform setup that is very contrasting styles between the pants and the jersey, but looks very good when it's put together on the field. Some of the girls wearing them with short sleeves tucked in underneath, some of them wearing the short sleeves out on their sleeves, and all of them looking like they are ready for today's game. On the other side, for the Wells Leopards, they're going to be wearing their white home uniforms with the W on the right side of the chest and numbers in white with outlines around in orange and black with the black pants underneath it all. A very sharp uniform for Wells as well, as the field preparations continue here on the pregame show as they continue to get things ready and set for today's ball game, as it was a little bit delayed. They gave a little bit too much time to the game ahead of time and had some trouble getting things out there and ready to roll. And there is a time limit between these games, but we might see the DECLO Soda Springs game, which is scheduled to come after this one, start a little bit later than it was scheduled to happen. That one is a 2 o'clock scheduled start here on the pregame show. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll jump into the starting lineups and give you a look at what's all coming up next, and give you a look at the pregame show for the boys as well, and give you a treat to what exactly they're going to be facing as they get set to take to the field against Marsing in their opening game, or excuse me, against Wendell in their opening game of the tournament on the right side. That's coming up here on the pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
How'd I do?
You'll get better.
Tim can't wait to be a real driver. But for now, he's king of the online track thanks to Silver Star Communications high-speed internet. Reliable, consistent speeds give him the edge against players anywhere, even the other end of the couch.
Whoa.
You'll get better.
Visit silverstar.com to learn more.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Once again, back here in the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear, wrapping things up as we get set for the opening pitch between the Wells Leopards and the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals on today's broadcast, as the Cardinals look to be in the road dugout, so I assume they will end up being the road team in today's contest, looking to try and come away with their first victory of the season, as they still have not been able to eclipse that 0 in the loss or in the win column. They do have 5 in the loss column. Wells, Nevada coming into this game with about twice as many games as the Cardinals have played so far. Wells is 5-5-1 on the season, had their first tournament earlier on this March, and actually have had a couple of weeks where they haven't necessarily had a whole lot going on. A good chance for the team to get healthy, according to the head coach in Tina Barker, as they started with 5 girls not in the starting lineup that were supposed to be in the starting lineup to open up the season. And that is going to be interesting to see how they play today, with most of them back into the starting lineup for today's first pitch, as the field preparations look to be just about set. They are hosing down the final pieces of the field, and the pitcher's circle is getting a quick spray down, and I believe that should be the wrap-up on the spraying that they end up doing, is now they just have to wrap the hose up and get things ready to roll here on KBRV 800 The Bear, and online, of course, at mylocalradio.com. Give you one more reminder that if you are a distinguished young woman, or if you are a student at Soda Springs High School in general, there's a prom special going on over at Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs, a $15 spray tan for high school students, $10 spray tans for those distinguished young women. Just give Billy a call at Deceivingly Tan, 208-547-0514, and she will get you all hooked up with all of your tanning needs. And even if you are not one of the distinguished young women or a student at Soda Springs High School, still be sure to go over to Deceivingly Tan for all of your tanning needs, as they have you taken care of and will keep you set in everything that you need as far as that is regarded. And they are a proud sponsor of Soda Springs baseball and softball as well. We also have a brand new sponsor. Unfortunately, we did not get the 30-second ad ready by the time this game was ready to go on, but thank you to Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier, as they are our brand new sponsor of the 4th inning, and we appreciate their sponsorship. Also, Kelly Wells for County Sheriff is the sponsor of today's 5th inning of work as well. Umpires stepping out, which means that the two teams getting set to come out as well, and that means we are going to have our trading of starting lineups and get things ready for today's ball game as well. Cardinals sending out Coach Tara Fetzer, as well as a pair of players, Sierra Woods and Anna Stewart, taking it to the batter's circle, as well as Breanne Evans. And for the Wells Leopards, it looks like they sent out Kennedy Kraft, and also number 12, Madison Barger, one of the seniors for the Leopards, is out there. And joining them as well as looks like it's Brenda Romero, making her way out into the home plate area, as well as the lineups get set to be traded and the rules gone over once again by each of these teams. With that, let's jump into our starting lineups. We already did our keys to the game, brought to you by Soda Smiles Dentistry. And it's time as the keys to the starting lineups, we'll jump into it with the starting lineups for the Wells Leopards, as they're going to be led off by shortstop number 20, a sophomore, Kendra Franco, will be leading them off. Number 2 is center fielder and senior Brenda Romero. We talked about her being out there in the batter's box as they get set to get this game underway. Pitcher is junior number 23, Caitlin Del Rio. Number 4 is first baseman sophomore Keegan Laughlin, and she's batting in the 4-hole. Number 9 is catcher and senior Haley Swan. Number 11, sophomore third baseman Sam Shamblin, batting in the 6-hole. The 7th hole is going to be filled by the left fielding junior, number 13, Leslie Aguilar. Number 14 is a senior right fielder Kennedy Kraft, batting in the 8-hole. And it's all wrapped up by the freshman second baseman, number 5, Layla Jackson, as she is the youngest member of this Wells team. And this is a Wells team that has only 3 seniors in their starting lineup, only 5 seniors on the team as a whole, I believe, as it is a very young ball club and one that is expecting more success now as the season starts to move towards the back end, when you talked with Coach Tina Barger. On the other side, for the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals, they're going to be led off by number 8, Allie Schwartz. She's a junior right fielder, getting the start in right field after taking off the last game against Firth for the majority before being subbed in the late innings. Whitney Lish will be playing second base, and the senior will be wearing the number 12, batting in the 2-hole. Cheyenne Dominguez bats third. She's wearing the number 1 and doing the pitching for the Cardinals as well as a junior. Sierra Woods will be her battery mate, wearing the number 22 and doing the work behind the dish as a senior for the Lady Cards. Number 3 is Hallie Evans, a sophomore shortstop for the Cardinals, batting in the 5-hole. In the 6-hole, Cheyenne Daniels, a junior third baseman, wearing the number 21. Anna Stewart will be the senior center fielder for the Soda Springs Cardinals, in an important position for the Lady Cards, as if anything gets by her, it could spell trouble, as this is a Wells team that has some definite power and definite speed on their side. Jessie Belknap bats 8th as the designated player. She's going to be in there for Lexi Patterson, who will be over at first base, and she gets the warm-up start for the Cardinals as they take to the field. They will be the home team in today's ball game. Number 25 wraps up the starting lineup and that is sophomore left fielder Alicia Delaware. And we talked about the youth of the Cardinals a lot so far this season. 3 sophomores and 3 juniors in the starting lineup for the Lady Cards, as well as the 3 seniors. And if you include Lexi Patterson over at first, that is the 4th junior. So again, a somewhat young team for the Lady Cardinals coming into today's ball game, and they're also not necessarily going to feature their best lineup. Whitney Lish, their best pitcher on the season so far to date, has not yet been approved from the doctors after hurting her shoulder earlier on, or hurting some portion of her body earlier on. So she is going to be in second base for the tournament, will not be doing any pitching for the Cardinals on this tournament day, and hopefully they will have her approved by the time next week rolls around for the Lady Cardinals, as they'll have another busy week coming up next week, as they are going to be lined up with several important games on the season, including matchups. As I find the schedule, Firth will be coming in on the 12th. They'll be at Shelley taking on the Russets at 3:30 on the 15th, and then the game against Snake River at 4 o'clock. I also believe, and do not take me a word for this until I get it confirmed, that they will be taking on Marsh Valley in a game that comes up on the 14th. Ready for the first pitch here, and Cheyenne Dominguez, her first fling towards the plate, comes up high and away to Kendra Franco, and the count goes to 1-0 to the sophomore shortstop to lead things off here in the ball game. Franco bats right-handed, shows bunt, puts the bunt down, but cannot make contact with the ball. And the count evens at 1-1 to the sophomore at the plate. Wears a yellow ankle guard, or shin guard, straight up, and she swings and misses at a pitch upstairs in the strike zone, and the count goes to 1-2 now. Nothing on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard in the top of the first inning. Just underway here at beautiful and sunny Glens Ferry, about 61 degrees at first pitch, with a light breeze coming in from left to right as another pitch rolled up to the plate. And Kendra Franco takes that one to even the count at 2-2. Nobody out, leadoff batter up for the Wells Leopards. And the 2-2 pitch swung on and missed. That's the beautiful start for Cheyenne Dominguez as she gets a strikeout on the first batter she faces. And the Lady Cardinals get off to what is a picture-perfect start to this game, 1 down. And that will bring up the senior center fielder, Brenda Romero. And she grounds one back to the pitcher. Dominguez flips this one back to first. I was going to talk about her a little bit, but we'll wait till they get into the field. Is that a quick 1-3 put out, pitcher to first base. Patterson secures the ball, and there's quickly 2 outs away here as the Leopards will stride in with their pitcher today, Caitlin Del Rio, the junior. Another right-handed batter, wears a speckled helmet with some marbling on top, it looks like, and she takes the first pitch up near the head, as that is ball 1 in the count. Still nothing here on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Just underway here, another pitch rolled up to the plate, this time coming from Cheyenne Dominguez on the mound. Struggled in her last start, gave up an inside the park grand slam in the first inning against Firth, settled down in the second inning before having a 9-run inning go against her in that game against Firth in the third inning. Gave up 13 runs in that inning, with the majority of those being earned runs. Here she falls behind 3-0 to the number 3 hitter for the Leopards. 2 out as she fires this one, swung on and missed on 3-0 at a ball. Caitlin Del Rio hears giggles coming from her own dugout, and that was not necessarily a smart play for the junior at the plate. 3-0 normally a take count for almost any high school player. She'll step back into the right-handed batter's box, waves the bat right behind her helmet. Compact stance as she grounds one towards third. That's going to get through the hole. A reaching stab at it came from Cheyenne Daniels, but it goes for a single with 2 outs. A runner on first base now for the Leopards, and that'll bring up the number 4 hitter, Keegan Laughlin, the first baseman, a sophomore for the Leopards team, and she also comes up with that marbled helmet. White uniform with the number 4 on the right side of the chest, number 4 on the back as well, and the black pants starkly contrasting to the jersey as the first pitch from Dominguez upstairs for ball 1, and the count goes to 1-0. And that will see Laughlin stepping back into the right-handed batter's box. As Dominguez stares in, wearing the mask, as are all the infielders for the Cardinals. That one goes off the plate, gets away from Sierra Woods, and moving up to second base on the pass ball is Del Rio. And it puts a runner in scoring position for the Leopards with some speed, as well as that is your pitcher, but also a very tall and long-legged pitcher as well. Laughlin ahead in the count 2-0. We'll see a pitch here grounded towards third. That's going to be foul, and the count will move to 2-1 now to the sophomore first baseman. Haley Swan on deck for the Leopards, a senior catcher looking to try and get her swings, wearing the shin guards right now, as waiting to make sure that nothing happens, or waiting to make sure she has a spot before taking off some of the gear. She'll have another pitch popped up back towards the stands and over the bleachers behind home plate to our left, and the count evens at 2-2 now with 2 outs. Deuces Wild to the number 4 hitter in the Leopards lineup. Wells, a small 1A school down in northwestern Nevada in Elko County, as this one's taken for a ball upstairs. Count goes to 3-2. Runner on second base, nobody standing on first, with a 0-0 score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard and 2 outs as Dominguez rocks into her windup, delivers this one inside and low, bounces up to the plate, and it's a walk. Moving up to third base as the ball squirts away from Woods is the runner Del Rio. Another pass ball on the Cardinals, and runners will be on the corners now with the number 5 hitter in the lineup for the Leopards stepping up to the plate. So a little bit of danger for the Cardinals. They still wait for their first chance to get to the plate, and up into the batter's box on the right-hand side is Haley Swan. Where's the number 9? Grounds one towards shortstop, picked up by Daniel. She flips it to second, but it's going to be late on the delivery there, and nobody at third as the ball squeaks into the outfield. And moving up to third base on, we'll call it an infield single, is Haley Swan. As Laughlin beat the throw to second base easily, and the fielder's choice will not work out. It's an RBI infield hit for Swan, the catcher, and all of a sudden, just like that, Wells moves up in the scorecard 1-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And the first pitch ball taken high by Sam Shamblin, who is the sophomore third baseman for Wells, Nevada. And a quick discussion is going to be had here, as I believe a courtesy runner is going to be sent out to first base. Coming on to the base paths now for Wells will be number 10. That is Holly Seach. A junior with a little bit more speed on the paths. At the plate is the sophomore third baseman, Shamblin. Stands in the front of the box with her right foot just near the plate, and she's going to pop one over the third base side of the field, and it just drifts into the outfield, where it's going to be fielded and brought back in by Delaware. But it's another single, and RBI once more for the Leopards. And with 2 outs, the Leopards have had 4 straight batters reach base and have scored 2 of them. 3 hits in this top of the inning, and it brings up Leslie Aguilar. She will watch the first pitch miss on the outside. Tight strike zone coming from this home plate umpire, and the count goes to 1-0. Dominguez needing to adjust to that strike zone as she will rock and fire this pitch downstairs as well. Bounces into the glove of Woods, and the count goes to 2-0 now. Junior pitcher on the mound for the Cardinals, who are looking for some depth in that pitching spot, will rock and deliver this pitch. That's a strike on the inside, drifted in, and Dominguez gets the call. Count goes to 2-1. And a quick snap throw down to third base as the runner gets back in time. Woods trying to catch Haley Swan drifting away, or a stolen base, I should say, as both runners were able to move up on a double steal. And it puts runners at second and third. Another strike taken on the outside corner to even the count at 2-2. Another 2-2 count. Keegan Laughlin got into a 2-2 count and was able to reach base on a walk after it went full. And we'll see if Dominguez can shorten this inning up a little bit more and keep the score at 2-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. She rocks, fires this one, lifted into right field. Dropping back on it is Schwartz. Gets over her head. That's going to run all the way to the fence. We'll see how far Aguilar can go as the ball gets in quickly, and running to third base, standing up with a triple, is Aguilar, clearing the bases. And Leslie Aguilar gives the Wells Leopards a strong lead in this one, 4-0 now in the first inning, and all happening with 2 outs. As Lady Cardinals cannot get out of this frame. They've given up 4 hits and a walk to the last 5 players to take to the plate for the Leopards, and they have another player 60 feet away as a pitch upstairs is taken by Kennedy Kraft, senior right fielder for the Lady Leopards. Dominguez will again step up to the rubber, Right-handed delivery from Dominguez is this time popped up and fouled back to the field behind us as the hill is home to some fans who are watching the Cardinals baseball game as that getting set to start against Wendell. And the count goes to 1-1 here on the softball field. Dominguez will rock into her delivery once again, and this pitch swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-2. Number 8 hitter in the Leopards lineup, senior right fielder. Now a snap throw to third base, catches Aguilar off the base pass, and that is going to retire the side. So 3 outs recorded by the Lady Cards, but 4 runs given up by the Cardinals as well. In the top of the inning, they'll have their bats coming up to try and get back into this frame. We'll take a break, come back with the bottom of the first inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
Cardinals getting set to take to the field now in the bottom of the first inning as they'll try and get their bats out and get back into this game. They're going to be going against a junior pitcher for the Wells Leopards. Caitlin Del Rio will be doing the hurling for the Leopards. And behind her in the field, it looks like this Swan will be doing the catching. From first to third, Laughlin at first, Jackson at second, Franco at shortstop, and Shamblin will be playing at third. Aguilar in left field, Romero will be in center, and Kraft will be in right. For the Cardinals leading off the inning, it's going to be Allie Schwartz, Whitney Lish, and Cheyenne Dominguez, the 3 scheduled batters for the Lady Cards as they get set for their opening deliveries. And Allie Schwartz, the right-handed right fielder, will step in. And she had the key hit in that game go over her head, a deep shot to right field that was able to roll all the way to the fence. That gave the Leopards that 4-run lead. 4-0 on the Cary Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Schwartz steps in, faces Del Rio, who rocks into her windup, and the righty will fire a pitch upstairs, taken for ball 1. Cardinals have had a hot and cold offense so far on the season. They have some very good innings, but unfortunately, they seem to come late in games, so we'll see if the Cardinals can get a better start to this game as they're the home team in this afternoon's ball game, and the pitch fouled back to the hill, and the count goes to 1-1. Good contact on a lot of speed. That's coming from Del Rio on the mound. She tucks her jersey back in. American flags out in straightaway center field, blowing just a little bit in the breeze as the count to 1-1 to the opening batter of the Cardinals, and Schwartz will swing in another one on top of it and fouls this one off behind home plate on the ground, and the count goes to 1-2. Schwartz wears the number 8 face mask on top of the white and black helmet as she stares out. Now sets in the right-handed batter's box, stands even with the plate, and a off-speed pitch slowing it down a bunch, and Schwartz takes that one on the outside corner as the count moves to 2-2 now. Nobody out. Bottom of the first inning in a 4-0 game. Leopards playing straight up all the way around. Shortening up the corners as another pitch outside taken. The count goes full to the leadoff batter for the Cardinals, 3-2. Good patience by Schwartz to battle back after falling behind 1-2 in the count as now she tries to clear the dirt in the batter's box. And now we'll step in. She gets things adjusted. See what she can do here. 3-2 delivery popped up down the right side, and overrunning it is the first baseman Laughlin. It drops down harmlessly and will do the 3-2 pitch all over again. And Schwartz will jog her way back up to the mound, or back to the batter's box after making the run down to first. And will step out for a couple of practice swings. Looks down and takes a look at Coach Fetzer in the third base coach's box. Schwartz looks out. Gets set. Holds the bat over the right shoulder, and the pitch swung on, grounded up the middle. That'll be a leadoff single for Allie Schwartz, coming back after falling down in the count. Gets the first base knock for the Cardinals, and the offense ready to strike back with the heart of the order coming up. And Whitney Lish, a very good bat for the Cardinal, a very veteran and experienced bat, will step in as the senior gets set for her first look at Del Rio. Wind picks up a little bit. The flag stiffly being pushed out to right field now. What is a beautiful, almost cloudless day in Glens Ferry. This ball bounced up to the plate, gets away from the catcher. Schwartz is going to move up to second base on the pass ball. And the Cardinals in position to get their first run onto the board. Necessary for them to keep themselves close in this game as it continues to move on. These are timed ball games, and the next game scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. So we'll see how far we get in this game. With a 4-0 score, Schwartz leading off of second base, and this one bunted down. Whitney Lish is going to chug down to first. She's out, but it does the job. Moves Schwartz up to third on the sacrifice bunt. And with one out, the Cardinals have a wonderful chance to try and drive a run in with a runner standing at third base 60 feet away, and stepping in, Cheyenne Dominguez. Make contact and get it into the outfield. Most likely the run will score. As Del Rio rocks, fires an off-speed pitch, had Dominguez well out in front. I think she was expecting the fastball there. Instead got a off-speed pitch and could not quite keep her weight back. Bottom of the first inning, 4-0. Wells on top of the Cardinals, and a 0-1 pitch is upstairs. Snap throw down to third base, and Schwartz dives back safely as the wind continues to pick up here in this noontime game. 12:42 at Glens Ferry right now in game number 3 of this tournament. First game for the Cardinals and for the Leopards. As Del Rio again rocks this one downstairs and low, gets past the catcher. Schwartz taken off for home, flip to the plate, and well, Schwartz is retired on a good flip to the plate, cut down by Schwann, who flipped to Del Rio. Good reaction by the Lady Leopards, and 2 outs are on the board now with the count going to 2-1. Good aggressiveness from the Cardinals, but the ball really not getting that far away from the catcher, and Swan behind home plate. And with only 1 out, not necessarily sure if it was necessary to send the runner, especially when you have a hitter's count coming up. 2-1 here, now 3-1 as Dominguez will back out of the box after an off-speed pitch misses low. And she has a good chance to look for a ball in a certain spot and see if she can line this one for a hit and get the Cardinals offense back onto the road. 2 outs, bottom of the first inning, 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Del Rio's pitch upstairs for ball 4, and the Cardinals will put another runner on just like that. So as quickly as the bases were cleared, Cheyenne Dominguez puts another Redbird on the base pass, with Sierra Woods stepping up to the plate with 2 outs. She laced a double in her first at-bat at Firth on Tuesday. Has been a very consistent hitter and has been the cleanup batter for the Cardinals so far on the season. The right-handed batter looks out to the right-handed delivery from Del Rio, who rocks, fires, and gets a fastball past Woods, who went upstairs and chased one, and the count goes to 0-1. So far, 15 pitches in this first inning for Del Rio on the mound. She's had to labor a little bit to get through this one, but not necessarily as much as we saw come from Dominguez in her long first inning. 4-0, and now another swing and a miss by Woods, struggling to catch up to the fastball. Now ahead 0-2. I think you got to look for that off-speed pitch if you're Woods out there in the right-handed batter's boxes. That has been something that Del Rio has not been afraid to throw. She's not necessarily the most accurate with it, but she's trying to get people to swing and miss at it, not necessarily trying to throw that one for a strike, as she will come with a fastball, and just a little bit late on it is Woods, but she fouls it off and is able to stay alive at the plate, and she'll see a 4th pitch in this at-bat. Del Rio gets back, stands in the circle, waits for everyone to get set, and now strides up to the rubber, toes it with the right foot, bends down, fires that off-speed pitch. Waiting for it was Woods. She flares one out to center, and scooping it up with a bare hand sliding grab is Romero to retire the side. Fantastic play in center field made by the senior outfielder, and we take a break as we head to the top of the second inning. The Cardinals trail 4-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. They put one on base with a single, had her cut down at home, and walked another one, but they could not put a run onto the board. And we head to the top of inning number 2 on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Whoa. The moment my son saw a redwood tree.
It's huge!
Is the moment I knew that for him,
You can't even see the top of that thing.
even the sky has no limit.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go. Your moment is out there. Find it at discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Baseball game kicking off over on the field to our left. We'll see if we can get some scoring updates from that game as we continue to move on, as the Lady Cardinals here on the softball field trailing 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. In 61-degree Glens Ferry, the temperature is supposed to get up to the upper 70s, maybe even the lower 80s by the time this afternoon rolls around. The Cardinals will have another game in this glorious weather, as again, not a cloud in the sky as you look around the entire area for the Lady Cardinals. Dominguez back out onto the mound for a second inning of work. She's going to face 9-1-2 in the lineup for the Leopards, and a stab at second base made by Whitney Lish is going to retire Kennedy Kraft, the number 8 hitter for the Leopards on the first pitch of the second inning. A shot over to the second baseman, but Lish able to stop it in front of her and make the quick throw over to Patterson, and the out is recorded with one pitch. 32 pitches in the inning to this game, or the game to this point in time for the Cardinals starter, and Dominguez as another pitch popped up foul just to the backstop, and unable to get there is Sierra Woods, quickly out of the crouch, but could not quite make it back to the ball before it dropped harmlessly to the dirt in front of the backstop, and the count goes to 0-1 on Layla Jackson, the freshman second baseman for the Leopards of Wells, Nevada. Cardinals wearing their black uniforms, standing straight up in the field as no shifts put on, maybe hugging the line just a little bit in left field with De La Guerra as this pitch swung on and fouled back as well, and the count goes to 0-2 to the freshman at the plate. Trying to flip the lineup over and put somebody on base for Kendra Franco as Dominguez fires another pitch. This one over to second. Lish can't quite get there in time, tried to backhand it, and it gets through for a single with one out, a runner on base, and the Leopards trying to get the carousel moving again after that at bat from Layla Jackson. 4-0, they lead. One out here in the top of inning number 2. And what will be a timed game. Scheduled first pitch was at 12:15. Scheduled pitch for the second game of the doubleheader for the Cardinals will be against DECLO. It was a bump put down by DeFranco, up and reacting quickly, and no play at first as Daniels, nobody covers third, and quickly over to third base, moving up 2 bases on the play as Layla Jackson heads up awareness by the Leopards to give them a runner 60 feet away on an infield bunt single on the first pitch. And now moving up to second base and getting cut down trying to go to second base is Kendra Franco, but she gets nailed at the bag, and 2 outs are recorded for the Cardinals now with a runner again 60 feet away on what was a very confusing display of action out there on the field in the opening of this frame. 2 outs though, top of the second, 4-0, and at the plate now fouling one down the right field line is Brenda Romero. She grounded back to Dominguez in her first at-bat on the first pitch of the at-bat. So an aggressive hitter at the plate fouls that one off. She'll see what she can do on an 0-1 count now with 2 outs. Dominguez rocks, fires. This one grounded foul down the third base side. Not getting to the third base bag, and the count goes to 0-2. As the Leopards making some noise from their dugout, trying to push their team to another run, up by 4 already. Cardinals looking for another scoreless inning here to try and keep this deficit at 4 in the top of the second as Dominguez fires a pitch. Strike 3 on the inside corner. The second strikeout of the game for Dominguez, and down go the Leopards without getting a run. We head now to the bottom of the second inning. Lady Cardinals looking to try and rally for some runs as they trail 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry, Idaho. The Lady Cardinals trailing 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com as they look to try and continue to have their rallies successful as they look to put more runners on the base paths against Caitlin Del Rio, who was able to escape a jam with Ali Schultz getting cut down at the plate with one out on a pass ball that was skipped to Del Rio quickly at the plate as she did a good job covering the dish. And the ball did not squirt too far away from the catcher, Haley Swan. So we sit at 4-0, and the Cardinals getting set to send their 5, 6, and 7 batters to the plate. Hallie Evans, Cheyenne Daniels, and Anna Stewart will be leading things off for the Lady Cardinals as Daniels, the third baseman for the Cardinals, wearing the red cleats to contrast the black and white uniform, will get ready to step into the batter's box on the right-hand side and get things underway for the Lady Cards. Del Rio only threw 18 pitches in that first inning, so very fresh on the mound, and she gets a first pitch strike, a bullet of a ball that went through the upper end of the strike zone, and Daniels swings through it, or excuse me, Hallie Evans to lead things off here, swings through it, and she will look out with a 1-0 count, or an 0-1 count, and it goes to 0-2 as another bullet on the inside corner as Del Rio starting to get herself a little bit looser out there and maybe getting a little bit of more speed. The accuracy definitely there with the fast pitches as she rocks, fires off-speed pitch right down the pipe. Evans backed up on it, but a good call by the umpire. That was a very fooling pitch as it started off looking like it was going to go up, absolutely hit a wall and drop down into the strike zone. And on 3 pitches, Evans goes down to the Cardinals dugout, and it will bring up Cheyenne Daniels, who watches the first pitch miss for ball 1. 1-0 your count here with 1 out in the bottom of the second inning. Cardinals trailing 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And rocking into her delivery and firing a strike on the outside corner this time is going to be Del Rio, and the count goes to 1-1. On deck, Anna Stewart looking for her first chance to get up to the plate. Del Rio fires one beyond the reach of the glove of Swan, and it goes to the backstop. Count goes to 2-1 now. And Del Rio will once again take the glove. Cheyenne Daniels, in the Cardinals' last game, ended up going 1 for 2 in that contest against Firth. Did score a run as well. As a ball grounded past her, we'll see the count go to 3-1. And actually, Daniels did not have an official at bat. She went 0 for 0 and walked both times up in that game against Firth before being replaced by Ali Schwulst in the lineup, with Cheyenne Dominguez taking over at third base in that game. Now Daniels will watch a pitch downstairs and inside, and ball 4 on 5 pitches. We'll see Daniels make her way down to the first base bag, and the Cardinals have a runner on with 1 out, and we'll see what they can do with Anna Stewart stepping up to the plate. Jessie Belknap on deck looking for her first swings as the designated player, and Stewart, who will look to try and get her offensive swings going, has had some struggles at the plate in the early season. Shows bunt, tries to put one down, bunts through it, running all the way to second with nobody covering is going to be Cheyenne Daniels. Stolen base, and ball thrown around a little bit by Wells, but now Stewart down 0-1 in the count will have an opportunity with a runner in scoring position. And a quick talk out at the circle as the Wells coaching staff is going to send out their assistant coach to have a quick word with the players, as wants to make sure everyone's on the right page. And again, nobody covering second base as Daniels took off for second, and the throw went straight into center field. Daniels, unfortunately, with somebody covering third, was not able to move up the extra 60 feet, but it does put a runner in scoring position for the Cardinals with only one out. And a wind blowing briskly out to right field, not even close to how strong the wind was in their first game against Firth on Tuesday, as there it was a strong wind out to right field that was blowing at a good 15 to 20 miles an hour. Here, just a good stiff breeze as extending the American flag out in that field. Stewart will step back in, down 0-1 in the count. And Anna will look out to Del Rio, and she'll show bunt once again. Pops this one up foul, and that one's going to get over the snack shack and drop beyond the fence as the count goes to 0-2 now on Stewart. We'll see if they have her swinging away now at the plate. Infield brought in as Del Rio lines herself up with home plate and Swan. Two of them on the same page as she fires an off-speed pitch, swung on and missed by Stewart at the plate. Second strikeout of the inning for Del Rio, and the Cardinals will see the second out pop up onto the scoreboard. 4-0, bottom of the second inning. The Cardinals with a runner in scoring position on second as Jesse Belknap will step in. Needs to do something with the bat to try and push that runner up. As she takes the first pitch ball inside and low. Belknap had a hit in the game against Firth on Tuesday. Also had a pair of walks and an RBI. She had an RBI in that big seventh run, in her 4-run seventh inning, as she'll take a strike on the inside corner there. And the count moves to 1-1 to the Cardinals' number 8 hitter, excuse me, Alicia Delaware on deck in the 9-hole. Outfield straight away. Infield playing straight up as well, as the 1-1 pitch swung on and missed by Belknap well late on the fastball. And that's the thing with Del Rio on the mound, is her fastball and off-speed pitch have such a difference between the two. If you sit on one, you're going to be way too far in front. So you have to think fastball and adjust to off-speed, as this pitch goes off of the glove of the catcher Swan and up to third base. Moves Daniel. And Daniel's in scoring position now after the pass ball. 2-2 the count on Belknap. Another one like that could see Daniels able to come across and score. Deuces Wild on the scoreboard, 2-2 with 2 outs. Bottom of the second inning, 4-0 your score on the Caribou Memorial High scoreboard. And this pitch inside corner, strike 3 called. 3 strikeouts in the inning, is striking out the side as Del Rio around a walk. And the Cardinals get to head back out onto the field now, still trailing 4-0. Defense needs to have another 0 put up onto the board as we come back on KBRV 800 The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
mylocalradio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you.
Would your business survive a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry as the Lady Cardinals trailing the Lady Leopards from Wells, Nevada by a score of 4-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. The score that we saw when I got up to check it over at the baseball field was 2-0, and the Cardinals are on the field right now, as I believe the score sits at 2-0 in favor of the Wendell, I believe they're the Warriors. Trojans, excuse me. Thank you to the scorekeeper from the Glens Ferry team, who is not playing today. They will be actually on the field against Soda Springs tomorrow afternoon at 12:15. We'll be covering that game as well around the baseball games, which are scheduled for 9 o'clock and 4:30 tomorrow afternoon and morning. And again, the 12:15 start for the Lady Cardinals. We'll have the Deceivingly Tan pregame show on the air at right around 11:45 or 11:50. We might do a shortened one due to the fact we have 3 games that day. But you can listen to the Cardinals officially with the game set to start at a wonderful 12:15, so at the same time that this game went underway. Top of the 3rd inning, and the first swing is popped up by Del Rio at the plate. The out is made at the shortstop position. Putting that one away is Evans. Or excuse me, it looks like there's been a change in the field for the Lady Cardinals, as I believe Evans actually doing the pitching now. Delaware looks to be at short. So a couple of switches for the Lady Cards here in the top of the 1st, but an out was recorded as Del Rio goes down with a pop-up, and the first pitch now to Keegan Laughlin is taken for a strike down the middle. And again, I do believe it is Evans on the mound. She will take the ball, rocks, and fires. This ball grounded foul. As Evans with the red cleats does show it to be her, so I believe Cheyenne Dominguez will be moved over to third. Delaware moves into the shortstop position. And I do not know who has moved out to left field. We'll figure that out as we continue on, as the next pitch upstairs, and the count goes to 1-2 to Laughlin at the plate. She will clear the batter's box, stands all the way up in the front of it with her left foot just on the line, swings and fouls another ball off to the right side. And she will get set for another pitch. 1-2 your count with 1 out. Evans, very strong pitcher for the Cardinals, will throw this one inside, taken for a ball, and the count goes to 2-2 now to the number 4 hitter, the cleanup batter for the Leopards, who in her first at-bat ended up walking on 6 pitches in a full count. Wind continues to push the flag out towards right field, as this ball also well out in front of it is Laughlin at the plate, and the count continues to hold steady at 2-2 in a good battle between these two out on the field. Sun continues to shine down. The DECLO Hornets have arrived at the field now, as they're going to be out there against the Cardinals next in a game that will be scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. As the clock ticks to 1:03 right now, and another foul ball sent down the side. 7 pitches in the at-bat now. The 8th one on the way from Evans, looking to get this batter out. But Laughlin making it a battle, and now the count goes full on the 8th pitch of the at-bat. So we'll see how Evans decides to approach this one, see if they try to get her to go chasing. On deck, Haley Swan will get a chance with nobody on base, as the 9th pitch of the at-bat gets her swinging. Hallie Evans gets the strikeout, and down goes Laughlin after a good battle. Back-to-back times she's gotten to the plate and seen a full count, but cannot quite get the outs there. Haley Swan will step in now, the senior catcher for the Leopards. Grounds one to second. Trying to backhand it is Lish, and that's going to go off of her glove. And we're going to have to call that one an error in the field on Lish that allows Swan to reach base. So an E4 puts a runner onto first base. They're going to courtesy run once again, and it's going to be, I believe, Seach onto first base for that courtesy runner, as the junior will stand on the first base bag, and stepping up into the batter's box is Haley Swan. Or excuse me, Sam Shamblin, who singled in a run her first time up for an RBI. She takes a first pitch strike, going for second, being tagged out as the courtesy runner, and the inning is over. So with 1 pitch thrown, the Cardinals will get out of the inning, and we head to the bottom of the 3rd with a score still 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Back after this with more on your Cardinals, home for Cardinals Athletics, KBRV 800 The Bear, and online at mylocalradio.com.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry, Idaho on KBRV 800 The Bears. The Lady Cardinals getting set for the bottom of the third inning. And the DECLO Hornets on deck for the Cardinals showing up. And they're going to go out into the field to get their warm-ups ready. That game again scheduled for 2 o'clock. Over on the baseball field, the Cardinals have retired the side on their portion, as I believe the offense for the Cardinals starting to roll along as they have runners on second and third right now in that ball game on the field to our left, as they're also underway, and that game going until 2 o'clock or until a final score is recorded against the Wendell Trojans. Here, 4-0, Del Rio back out onto the mound again for her third inning of work. 34 pitches so far, yet to give up a run, has only given up 1 hit and has walked a pair as well, and struck out 3 Cardinals so far in the game, all 3 of those coming back in the last inning as she struck out Evans and Belknap looking and got Anna Stewart on a swinging strike 3. Alicia Delaware will lead things off with Allie Schwartz and Whitney Lish behind her in the batting order. Good spot for the Cardinals to try and get something going if Delaware can get on base against the junior hurler for the Lady Leopards. Bottom of the third inning, 4-0. On the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, and leadoff batter stepping in. Del Rio steps to the rubber, and the righty will bend down, hurls the pitch, and this one inside, forcing Delaware to take a step back with the right foot in the batter's box. And the count goes to 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals batter. Good crowd here for a team game with a pair of road teams essentially at the field as the count goes to 1-1 now. A lot of teams here in this softball tournament. Wendell, Marsing, Wells, Soda, Malad, DECLO. There's another pitch taken. That's low on the bottom of the zone for strike 2. Count goes to 1-2. Glens Ferry also here. West Jefferson will be showing up tomorrow, as will Westside. And McCall will also be making a trip here as well. So plenty of softball teams set to play as a off-speed pitch almost gets Delaware to go after, but she's able to hold up the swing. Her entire body walked up in the right-handed batter's box, but she was able to hold the bat back, and the count evens at 2-2 to the leadoff batter in the bottom of the third. Now she'll take one upstairs and outside, and it's a full count to the Cardinals' number 9 hitter. The sophomore left fielder now playing at short for the Lady Cards. We'll see the full count delivery coming up. Good patience being shown by the Cardinals batters. That's been something they've definitely improved on so far this year. It's not necessarily getting caught chasing, and now that's a strike on the outside corner and another one. That's 3 straight strikeouts for Del Rio. 4 out of the last 5 batters going down swinging, and Allie Schwartz will get a chance to step into the plate. The leadoff batter for the Lady Cardinals. Singled her first time up the middle to lead off the game, but was cut down trying to come home, and she takes the first pitch off speed upstairs for ball 1. It was a 7-pitch at bat for Schwartz to get her on base the first time. As she looks out once again to the pitcher in Del Rio, who rocks the 1-0 delivery, swung on and missed by Schwartz late on the fastball, and that one goes to 1-1 now, the count, with 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. Cardinals playing as the home team here after the coin toss. Down 4-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And Schwartz will look out once again. It swings, and this one popped up over the Cardinals dugout on the third base side. The count goes to 1-2 now. And Schwartz will jog back to home plate once again. Good battle. Last time she went down 1-2 in the count early as well, but was able to fight it back to a full count before getting that single. See if she can do it again here as Del Rio fires that off-speed pitch inside, just off the inside corner. Good eye by Allie Schwartz behind the plate, or at the plate, I should say, as she survives for another pitch with a 2-2 count now. 1 out. She looks out. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, and a righty-righty matchup. This one inside and low as well, as the pitcher Del Rio trying to attack that inside corner. That's been a good strikeout position for her so far, as that's where both of her called strikeouts in the second inning came. Talking with the Malad coach, she said that that is a spot where this umpire likes to call that strike. And this one, ball 4, and another full count walk for Allie Schwartz, this time on 6 pitches as she reaches first base and has yet to be retired in this ball game. So it'll be a runner on first for the Lady Cardinals with Allie Schwartz. Whitney Lish will step up to the right-handed batter's box. We'll see if they give her the green light. She bunted for a sacrifice bunt her first time up. She will show bunt once again, pulls the bat back. That's going to be a strike called on the outside corner, and the count goes to 0-1. Cardinals trying to play some small ball, work on the little things here in this tournament. Again, good place to work on some things against some fairly good teams at your level of competition as well. This Wells team, a 1A school with about 98 kids in their high school population, according to the head coach, as Lish takes another one upstairs, and the count goes to 1-1 now with 1 out in the bottom of the third inning. Still 4-0. Cardinals trailing by a quad. Needing to get some runs back quickly in this one, as that one taken downstairs. Allie Schwartz taken off for second. Late steal, and she is cut down easily on the way to second base for the second out of the inning. After the ball was taken, the count goes to 2-1 now, with Whitney Lish at the plate and nobody on base for the Cardinals hitter. Good gun to gun down that runner from Swan. She threw her out easily. Schwartz not even making it all the way to the bag before she was cut down. That a pitch on the outside corner. The count goes to 2-2 now to the Cardinals senior second baseman today. Whitney Lish, normally a pitcher for the Cardinals. Trying her out at some other positions to keep her bat in the lineup though. She looks out again. And Del Rio will fire an off-speed pitch well upstairs. Lish takes that one and the count goes full. With 2 outs in the bottom of the third and nobody on. On deck looking for a chance to bat is Cheyenne Dominguez, who walked her last time up. Lish will step back in once again. Waits for Del Rio, who catches the sign from the mitt of Swan behind the deck. And this one upstairs for a ball. 2 walks in a row. And the Cardinals will have another runner on base, this time with 2 outs though. They've shown some very good patience in this frame so far. Delaware taking the at-bat to 6 pitches. So did Schwartz, so did Lish. Has there been 18 pitches so far? Make it 19 as that pitch thrown, and Lish is going to be able to move up to second base. The ball goes all the way past the first baseman on a snap throw. Lish moves up on the error, and a runner moves up to second base. So Cardinal on second base with an 0-1 count. And at the plate, Daniels facing an 0-2 count now as that pitch called for a strike. Oh, and 2 the count, 2 outs, bottom of the third inning. Runner on second for the Cardinals. Call it strike 3 as Dominguez goes down. It's the 5th strikeout of the game, 4th looking, as the Cardinals' patience costing them an at-bat there, and that will set them down. We head to the top of the 4th inning on KBRV 800 The Bears. Score sits at 4-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Back after this with more on KBRV and mylocalradio.com.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Hey America, we need to have a little talk. We've got a lot of food in this country. We've got so much food that we can't eat it all. So how are 17 million kids in America struggling with hunger? That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids who need it. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Welcome back out once again to Glens Ferry on the western side of Idaho as the Lady Cardinals taking on the the Wells Leopards. I promise I know who's playing out there on the field. Top of the 4th inning coming up here, 4-0 with Wells on top. And the Lady Cardinals back in the field as Evans will get set for her 2nd inning of work. Worked a very quick top of the 3rd inning. Faced 4 batters, only one, with a runner reaching on an error before being cut down, trying to steal second base. And the first pitch now to Sam Shamblin is a ball. And the count starts off at 1-0 to the 3rd baseman for the Wells Leopards. As Evans will fire an off-speed pitch upstairs and outside. Count goes to 2-0 now. Evans did a very good job coming in the 1st game. Pitched 3 innings of shutout ball. In relief for Cheyenne Daniels. Is this something that may end up being a case as that ball misses outside 3-0? May end up being the case all season long for the Cardinals. When you talked with Coach Tara Fetchers, he's trying to figure out a way to fill that number 2 pitching spot for this team. Whitney Lish, again, once the season really starts to move on, will have that number 1 pitching spot. As this pitch taken on the inside corner to make it 3-1 now with Shamblin at the plate, showing a good patience. She singled her first time up, stole a base as well, and has an RBI in the game. And looks out once again as this pitch swung on, grounded foul, and the count goes full. Here in the top of the 4th inning. A little bit behind schedule, as the DECLO game will not be played at 2 o'clock. It'll be pushed back just a little bit. Here it's 1:15, so at least 15 minutes left in this game. As this pitch taken for a ball rolled up to the plate, 6-pitch at bat results in a walk, and Shamblin takes the base pass with a leadoff runner on first base. And Leslie Aguilar will step up. She tripled in a pair and then was cut down at 3rd base, caught leading off with a bag by a snap throw by Woods. Shows bunt to lead off this inning, pulls it back, inside pitch, and Woods is going to fire down to second base to keep the runner back to first. And the count goes to 1-0 to Aguilar at the plate. Nobody out here in the top of the 4th inning. Cardinals looking for another 0 on the board. They put up back-to-back zeros against the Leopards. Being shut out in the game so far themselves. That pitch taken for a strike. So far, the interesting thing about this tournament, the home team has been shut out in each of the first 2 games, and so far in the 3rd game, as Malad shut out Marsing and Wendell 8-0 in the first game, 5-0 in the 2nd game. This pitch taken for a strike right down the middle. Count goes to 1-2, and here's 4-0 with the road team on top once again. Malad Dragons, by the way, looking very strong offensively. Coach said that he would have liked a little bit more, but the defensive side, which you really rely on in softball, keeping the other team off the scoreboard. As a runner gets caught leading off of first, now she's caught in a rundown and coming all the way back to first, but sliding in safely as she was able to beat the rundown, and diving back to the bag is Sam Shamblin. Cardinals needed to let go of that ball a little bit earlier. Delaware in charge of trying to get it over to Lexi Patterson, made the throw, but diving in safely was Shamblin. As with the count at 2-2 now, Aguilar will again look out, trying to keep herself alive with the 2-2 count. Swings at a pitch and pops this one just past us as it drops down harmlessly foul. And we'll see another pitch in this at-bat with the count still at 2-2. Woods gets the mask back on after dropping it to try and come back after that ball. Tough play on that one with the sun basically right above the softball field here as this pitch popped up. That'll be an infield pop-up. Whitney Lish one-handed grabs it at second base, and the out is recorded for the first of the inning. And that will bring up Kennedy Kraft, who grounded out to Whitney Lish in her first at-bat of the game after being left at the plate in the first when Leslie Aguilar got caught over at third, leading off the bag. 1 out here, top of the 4th, 4-0. On the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, ball bunted down in front of home plate. Throw down to second is not going to get the out. Sierra Woods trying to gun the lead runner down instead of taking the easy out at first, and it's going to cost the Cardinals on that play as it results in an infield single for Kennedy Kraft. On the first pitch she sees, and Layla Jackson will step up. She singled her first time up, reached third base, but was not able to come home and score after Kendra Franco got cut down trying to steal second base to end the game, or end that inning. Now a ball swung on, grounded over to the third base side, but it goes foul. Count goes to 0-1 with 1 out. Runner on first and second. As Kraft leads off first, Shamblin leads off second, and the wind continues to push its way in here in a beautifully gorgeous day between these two teams. Ball popped up now, out to left field, drifting back, putting this one away easily for the out is the Cardinals' new left fielder. Again, they made a shift and an adjustment out there, so I'm not sure who the left fielder is for the Cardinals in the game. But the out is recorded. And with 2 outs, that'll bring up leadoff hitter Kendra Franco. She was the one who got caught trying to steal second base. And the count ball misses upstairs, and Hallie Evans, continuing to try and work her way through this inning, will have to face a 1-0 count now. Foul ball popped up over the stands behind us. Count goes to 1-1 now. Evans working well with not too many pitches right now. That's the 17th pitch of this inning. Dominguez did labor through 39 in her time out there on the mound, 31 of those coming in the first inning as this pitch swung on and missed at the plate. Count goes to 1-2 now. And Evans a strike away from getting out of this inning with another scoreless inning for the Cardinals, giving them 3 straight zeros up on the board. And unfortunately, if it wasn't for that 4 spot, this would be a very good game. It is a good game anyways. This ball gets past Woods on a strike 3 swing. Booking all the way down to first base is Franco. She'll reach on the strikeout and the pass ball to get on to first base. All the runners move up base, and the Cardinals will have to get another out here in this inning, with Brenda Romero stepping up to the plate with the bases chock full of Leopards. No place to put Romero, who has struck out looking and grounded out to the pitcher in her first 2 at-bats. Number 2 hitter swings, grounds one shortly. It's going to be picked up at third, thrown on to first just in time to beat the running Romero, and the Cardinals will get out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the 4th, 4-0. Soda Springs trying to keep themselves alive in your Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier, 4th inning. Back after this with more on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
It's so pretty here.
Katie's away at college,
There's the library.
but she can still be close to her mom back home. Travis is working on a big report. High-speed internet puts a world of information at his fingertips. Silver Star Communications provides connections that help students learn and keep families close, even when they're miles apart. Get your family in touch and informed with high-speed internet from Silver Star Communications. Call today or visit silverstar.com.
Top of the 4th inning goes by without a score being recorded by the Wells Leopards, and the Lady Cardinals will get a chance to swing their bats. Last update I got from the baseball field, it was 4-4, with the Cardinals tying it up against the Wendell Trojans. Still looks like it's 4-4 as they head to the top of the 3rd inning over on the baseball diamond. Here 4-0, Wells on top of the Lady Cardinals in their first game of the tournament, as Hallie Evans coming in and recording some quick outs in the first inning of work for herself in the 3rd inning, and then getting herself out of a bases loaded jam in the bottom or the top of the 4th inning. And the Cardinals have put 3 zeros up on the board. As I said, they've only given up 7 hits to the Leopards so far through 4 innings, so a strong performance so far, and they'll look for the heart of the order to try and give themselves some runs. Sierra Woods, who flied out to center field her first time up on a sliding grab that was made by Romero out in center fielder, who I might add was bragged about by Coach Tina Barger, who said she can cover a lot of ground, is really a strong performer for them in center field as a senior. Made that out, so Woods will try and put it somewhere where she can't get to it this time as the count moves to 1-0 to the Cardinals senior catcher. The backstop looks out. Swan shows the sign behind the plate for the Leopards, and Romero fires this pitch off the outside corner. The count goes to 2-0. Cardinals have had runners on base in every inning so far to this point, but have not quite been able to crack that scoreboard. Left a runner at third base twice now in this game as this pitch upstairs and catches the inside corner for a 2-1 count at the letters. And the ball goes to a 2-1 count, as I said. Nobody out, bottom of the 4th inning, 4-0 score on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard as this pitch fouled right back to us. Catches the fence, and the count goes to 2-2 now. 4th inning brought to you by Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier, a new sponsor for Soda Springs Lady Cardinals softball and for Cardinals baseball as well. So we have plenty more games left on the season. If you want to be a sponsor, get in touch with us over at our station. Kim Miller will be happy to help you as this ball grounded over towards first, scooped up by the first baseman Laughlin. She jogs to the bag and records the out, 3 unassisted. And the Cardinals will have 1 out facing Hallie Evans as she steps to the plate. She struck out looking her first time up on a pitch I don't think she agreed with, but was an off-speed pitch right down the middle that dropped onto the front of the plate. And we'll see if she can adjust how she is attacking this as she steps into the right-handed box once again. Where's the bright red cleats? And the first pitch is rolled up to the plate. The count goes to 1-0. Thank you again to everybody who's tuning in to our broadcast today. If you haven't checked out our online video stream, I do encourage you to do so. Just go on to mylocalradio.com/Soda Springs. You'll be able to catch every game of Cardinals softball and baseball this season long. As far as when they play, might not be able to get every game onto the air as this pitch taken for a strike, and the count goes to 1-1. 4th inning of work for Del Rio has a strikeout here in the Bear Lake 4th inning. Bear Lake Drug 4th inning. 1-1 count with 1 out. Winds and fires a pitch past Evans, who swings at a high pitch and can't get it to make contact with the bat. Count goes to 1-2. Cardinals dugout. Good chatter coming from the dugout. Standing on deck and waiting for her chance is Cheyenne Daniels, as this pitch taken upstairs. Count goes to 2-2. So I believe Daniels, the new left fielder for the Cardinals, replacing Delaware out there, who came into play at short with a strike 3 called once again. And Hallie Evans, back-to-back times, has been called out on strikes on the inside corner. And that is the 2nd strikeout for Evans, and the 6th time a Cardinal has been struck out by Del Rio on the mound, and that will bring Cheyenne Daniels to the plate. She walked last time up and takes an off-speed pitch upstairs as the count goes to 1-0. On deck, Anna Stewart looking for her opportunity to get into the batter's box. And she'll take a pitch on the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Cardinals look to be recorded out of the top of the 3rd inning as they chog off the field at the baseball diamond. This pitch fouled back to the backstop. Count goes to 1-2 now on Daniels at the plate. First 2-strike count she's faced so far in her 2nd at-bat of the afternoon. And the right-handed batter, will look back out once again. No gloves. Shirt sleeves rolled up as she takes this pitch downstairs. Count evens back at 2-2 now, with 2 outs, as she'll have to continue to battle to get this count back full. Corners brought in on the infield for the Leopards of Wells High School. And crouching down, Del Rio throws an off-speed pitch that just skirts up to the plate but cannot find the zone. 3-2 now, another full count. Good patience being shown by Cheyenne Daniels. Holds the bat down just below the helmet level, parallel or horizontal with the ground. Now steps back and grounds one towards third. That one's going to be picked up and cleanly thrown onto first base by Shamblin. The out is recorded, and for the first time in the game, the Cardinals go 1-2-3 in the batting order. We head to the top of the 5th inning. This has been your Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier 4th inning. Back after this with more on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com with a score of 4-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience, an ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry for the annual baseball and softball tournament here in the bright sunshine. Sun continuing to beat down from straight overhead as the Lady Cardinals back out onto the field for the top of the 5th inning. They're going to be facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters from the Wells Leopards as they will look to continue their success against the Cardinals. 65 degrees, a bright and sunny 65 degrees as well, which is a very pleasant change from the weather that Soda Springs has been seeing lately. Not to make you jealous, for those of you listening in over in Soda Springs. As stepping in will be Del Rio to face Hallie Evans, who's pitched 2 innings of shutout balls so far and begins the 3rd inning of work with a ball that bounces past Sierra Woods at the home plate dish. The count goes to 1-0. Wind dying down just a little bit as we move here to this inning. And Evans will again rock and fire. This one popped up. That one's going to be fouled towards the dugout. Actually hits off the dugout roof of the Leopards on the first base side. And the count goes to 1-1 now, as Evans will continue to work. 1:31. The time strokes to. Del Rio again steps into the plate. Just about an hour and 15 minutes of play has been done out on the field. Actually less than that, as this game started out a little bit late. 2-1 count now to Del Rio. Timed games here. There is a time limit to fit, as this one, an off-speed pitch, breaks back in towards Del Rio and gets her looking. And that is a 2-2 count now facing the junior pitcher. And now called a strikeout. Evans gets her second punch out of the game. 5 pitches to set Del Rio down swinging. And up to the plate will come Keegan Laughlin, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a walk in the game. And she'll look to try and keep this inning rolling along. Struck out her last time up on a 9-pitch at bat in a battle with Hallie Evans, and takes a pitch upstairs and in. Can't get her to swing. And the count goes to 1-0 with 1 out in the 5th. Evans will rock. This one skips up, catches the runner. That'll be a hit by pitch. And the 1 out base runner makes their way onto the paths with Haley Swan stepping up to the plate. Swan takes a pitch on the inside. Runner goes for second. Throw goes all the way into right center field. Runner up and moving forward to third base. The throw not in time. And moving up on the stolen base and the throwing error will be Keegan Laughlin, as she now in scoring position will have a chance to come home with only 1 out. And Swan with a count in her favor, 1-0. Looks out to Evans as she'll have one grounded out to short. That's going to score the runner. Delaware struggles picking up the ball, throws late to first, and it will be a error. Run scored, so it's an RBI. And the lead expands now to 5-0 in favor of the Leopards here in the top of the 5th inning. 1 out. Runner on first. The first pitch now taken at the plate by Shamblin. Thinking about going. The courtesy runner in Seach over at first. She was cut down last time she tried to take off. Moving towards second base. And now another pitch taken for a ball, and the count goes to 2-0. Evans has been very good up to this point in time. Even has been good in this inning, but an error costing her. A couple of errors, in fact, costing the Cardinals so far. A throwing error allowed a runner to move to third. And a fielding error by Delaware, who had trouble picking a ball up, ends up giving them a run. And the second RBI of the game for Haley Swan. Sam Shamblin looking for an RBI. She's up in the count 2-1 as Evans will rock and fire this pitch inside. Runner taking off for second and getting there without a throw is Seach as the ball was out of the glove of Sierra Woods behind the plate. The count goes to 3-1 now. Sam Shamblin, who's yet to be retired, she'll swing and fouls the ball off down the third base line, grounded past her own coach. Coach Barger watches that one roll by her. And with a full count, Shamblin will try and keep herself alive. 3-2. Runner on second base, 5-0 the score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. She'll flare one out to left field. Coming up with the catch is gonna be Daniels. Fires on to second base to complete the double play as Seach took off, and it's a line drive double play ball to end the inning and send the Cardinals back up to the bat in the bottom of the fifth. Back after this with your Kelly Wells for County Sheriff fifth inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Hello, I'm Kelly Wells and I'm running for Caribou County Sheriff. I grew up in Soda Springs and enjoyed all that Caribou County has to offer. I served in the United States Marine Corps and I have over 24 years of law enforcement experience, and I am a graduate of the FBI National Academy. I believe in servant leadership, building strong community partnerships, professionalism through training, service-oriented enforcement, and having a fair, friendly, and honest staff. Thank you, and I appreciate your vote on May 17th. Paid for by Kelly Wells for Sheriff.
Welcome back out to the bottom of the fifth inning. Cardinals getting out of a jam with a very, very strong performance in the field as they were able to catch a runner leaking off second base on a line drive out and a throw to second. But the Leopards do strike for one. They lead 5-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard as we move into the bottom of the fifth inning. Paid for by Kelly Wells for County Sheriff. Vote for leadership, integrity, knowledge, and excellence. Elect Kelly Wells for Caribou County Sheriff. As Del Rio will stride out onto the mound for her fifth inning of work. So far yet to give up a run as the wind again starts to pick up here, and the Cardinals will send up their bottom of the order. Anna Stewart, Jessie Belknap, and Alicia Delaware. All three of them struck out their first time up, so they'll be looking to try and make some contact with the ball as Anna Stewart steps in to start things off. The senior center fielder takes the pitch upstairs and outside for ball one. Hard throwing Del Rio doesn't look to have lost much off of her hard pitches. The off-speed pitch has still struggled with a little bit of control. She will stride up to the rubber once again. Rocks, fires this one upstairs and past the catcher. And the count goes to 2-0 now. Anna Stewart getting herself ahead in the count. Now can look for her pitch as Del Rio looks back to the dugout. Not sure what's wrong with her control, as you can see the wry smile on her face from here. She'll step back into the rubber. Rocks fires this one inside, called for a strike on the inside corner, and count goes to 2-1 now to Stewart. Nobody out, bottom of the fifth. Cardinals running out of chances to try and come back in this game. Stewart gets contact with the ball, but unfortunately right back to Del Rio, and it's a quick put out to start out the game, or fifth inning, excuse me, for the Cardinals, as Jessie Belknap will now get a chance to come up and stride into the batter's box. After striking out looking her first time up on 5 pitches, she will look to try and do some damage against Del Rio, who rocks. Fires a pitch on the outside corner and taken for strike one. And an 0-1 count begins. And Belknap looks back out once again. Del Rio rocks, fires this pitch taken on the inside corner, now playing with the corners, and the Cardinals struggling to adapt. Belknap down 0-2 in the count. One out, bottom of the fifth inning, down 5-0, and this one swung on and missed. Ball picked up, or excuse me, foul tipped, they're going to say, as it looked like it bounced up to the plate. I thought Swan was going to tag her, but instead goes to pick up the ball, and the count will remain at 0-2 to the Cardinals' designated player, hitting for Lexi Patterson. This pitch now well upstairs over the head of Belknap, and the count goes to 1-2. Del Rio struggling a little bit with throwing the pitch up and over her catcher's head in this frame. Swan will bend right back down, using the knee savers on the catcher's gear, and now she gets a foul ball from Jessie Belknap to keep herself alive in the count, 1-2. Good battle by Jessie, keeping herself in there. Here in the bottom of the Kelly Wells for County Sheriff, 5th inning, Belknap will step back in once again. Right-handed batter looks out to the right-handed pitcher, who rolls up an off-speed pitch, and the count goes to 2-2 now. Very good battle. 6 pitches already in the at-bat, with the 7th on the way coming from Del Rio. Belknap already a much stronger at-bat than she had her first time. Not that her first at-bat was bad, but this one definitely has been setting a benchmark for the Cardinals, who have had some good at-bats right now. But this one really battling down 0-2 in the count, gets it back to 3-2 with the pitch well upstairs, and it's a full count for Jessie Belknap. See what she can do here. See if the patience rides out or if she can get one in play. Del Rio rocks, fires. This one popped up foul once again, and we'll do it all over once more. 8 pitches in the at-bat so far, in a continued battle. Belknap in the game for her bat. Hitting for Lexi Patterson. Takes a pitch just downstairs. Good eye by Belknap, and earns herself the walk on base. And that's where a fight can definitely help you sometimes, is the umpire, the more you fight pitches off, the more that you show that good eye, the more they're going to give you some calls. And Belknap, on a 50-50 call, earns herself a walk. And the Cardinals have a runner on base, as that'll bring up Alicia De La Guerra, who struck out her last time up. Belknap almost gets caught off the bag. Snap throw not in time. And a 0-1 count will face Alicia De La Guerra as soon as Del Rio will return it back to the plate. 142, the count sits out once again as De La Guerra strides in. Right-handed batter. As I said, struck out looking her first time up on a full count pitch. We'll wait for this one, and that upstairs and outside, and Belknap back to first base on a fake snap throw, this time from Swan behind the dish. As again, it's getting set up behind the plate, or at home, or on the pitcher's rubber, I should say, in the circle, is Del Rio. And the junior will rock fire. This one swung on and missed by De La Guerra again, and the count goes to 1-2 now on Del Rio. 1-2, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning, Cardinals with a runner on first as this ball bounced up to home plate. It's going to get past the catcher. Jessie Belknap moves on up to second base, and the count goes to 2-2. Cardinals with another good chance to try and get a run home here with only 1 out. And the top of the order coming up with Allie Schwartz and Whitney Lish looking for chances. De La Guerra needs to do something with this one, though, and she'll foul Bell back to the plate. Good fight coming from the Cardinals sophomore. And she'll earn herself another pitch at the plate. Bright day here. Just a little bit of a haze of clouds off in the distance behind the field. And a swing and a miss. De La Guerra can't catch up to a hard fastball over the outside corner, and she goes down on 6 pitches swinging, her second strikeout of the game. Allie Schwartz, who has the Cardinals' lone hit of the game today and has not been retired yet, will step in now. As leadoff hitter for the Cardinals will take a first pitch strike at the letters, and the count goes to 0-1. 20th pitch of the inning, and this will officially be the longest, or the most pitches that Del Rio has thrown in an inning so far, matching the 3rd inning. She'll ground one over to short, and Schwartz is going to reach on a fielding mishap by Franco, who could not cleanly pick up the ground ball hit up the middle, and it goes as an error. And the Cardinals will have runners on the corners now with 2 outs. And Whitney Lish, good bat for the Cardinals, stepping in. Big chance for them to try and cut into this lead. Down 5-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard with 2 outs. Need a base knock here, and Lish pops one up. That'll come diving catch made by the first baseman as Laughlin stretches out along the first base line in foul territory to record the out, and the Cardinals are set down by another dramatic play made by the Leopards. Will set down. This has been your Kelly Wells for County Sheriff fifth inning. For professionalism through training, community partnerships, and service-oriented enforcement, elect Kelly Wells for Caribou County Sheriff, like his Facebook page at Kelly Wells for Sheriff, and love his innovative leadership. Back with the top of the sixth inning, or excuse me, that is going to wrap up this game, so we'll have our post-game show coming up next after this on KBRV 800 The Bear, and getting set for the Cardinals taking on the DECLO Hornets on the other side on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, and father of 5. I'm also an expert on drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids, and there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org.
And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ed Council.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
This is the sound of salmonella gyrating on your undercooked chicken. And it looks like Mom might be taking it out a little early. Don't let salmonella get funky with your chicken. On average, 1 in 6 Americans will get a foodborne illness this year. So use a thermometer to cook each type of meat to the right temperature. Keep your family safe at foodsafety.gov. Brought to you by the USDA, HHS, and the Ad Council.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
MyLocalRadio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you. One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Next to the Idaho Theater in Soda Springs, Idaho, lies a lovely gift and art shop called Caribou Jack's Galleria and Emporium. It features local artists Wade Craven and Sandy Fugate, as well as other locally made items like homemade soaps and bath crystals by Julie Branson. And who can resist gourmet fudge and truffles by Jade Rainey? While you're there, put a gift basket together for a favorite someone that will put them over the moon. Top it off with a postcard featuring local iconic sites such as the Eastman Fire Truck and, of course, our famous geyser. All are produced by local photographer Kim Miller. That's me. That's Caribou Jack's Galleria and Emporium in Soda Springs, next to the Idaho Theater.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry, Idaho, as Lady Cardinals go down in their matchup with the Wells Leopards by a final score of 5-0 in 5 innings. And up next, they will be taking on the DECLO Hornets as part of our doubleheader game here. On the other field, the Cardinals baseball team down 7-4 to Wendell and the Trojans. As that game continuing on, it should be wrapping up shortly, and it looks like Wendell is going to come away with the victory in that contest, although it got off to a little bit of a late start, as did the Cardinals and the Wells Leopards. Let's take a look at our post-game show, which is being brought to you by the Soda Springs Galleria and Emporium, located next to the Idaho Theater. It features gourmet fudge and truffles, postcards of iconic sites in Caribou County, luxurious homemade soaps and bath crystals, as well as customized artwork. And for the Cardinals, they only got one hit in the game. That came from Allie Schwartz, who went 1 for 2. She did have a walk as well and reached base all 3 times. She was able to get on base in the 5th inning as well on an E6 by the shortstop in Franco. Whitney Lish went 0 for 1 with a walk. Cheyenne Dominguez 0 for 1 with a walk as well. Sierra Woods went 0 for 2. 0 for 2 when Hallie Evans. 0 for 1 with a walk when Cheyenne Daniels reached third base back in the 2nd inning. Anna Stewart went 0 for 2, Belknap went 0 for 1, and Alicia Delaware went 0 for 2 as well. On the other side, for the Leopards, they saw a even and balanced performance as 7 different players were able to get their 7 hits in the game. Kendra Franco went 1 for 3, reached base twice. Brenda Romero went 0 for 3 in the game. The only Leopard not to reach base in the contest in the game. Caitlin Del Rio went 1 for 3 with a run. Caitlin Laughlin 0 for 1 with a walk, scored a run in the game as well for the Leopards. Haley Schwann ended up with a run and an RBI on a 1 for 3 game. 2 RBIs in the game for the Leopards. Sam Shamblin ended up going 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run. Leslie Aguilar ended up having the big hit in the top of the 1st inning, and that broke the game open a little bit. 1 for 2 with a pair of RBIs and the RBI triple again in that 1st inning. Kennedy Kraft went 1 for 2, and Layla Jackson wrapped it up going 1 for 2 as well for the Leopards. On the mound, it was Cheyenne Dominguez leading things off for the Lady Cardinals. Gave up 4 runs in her 2 innings of work, 6 hits against her, and 1 walk as well. Evans came in relief, and Hallie ended up with 3 innings pitched, gave up 1 run in the time on the mound, 1 hit as well, and a walk given up to the Leopards in those 3 innings of work. She did hit a batter and also had a runner reach on a strikeout and a pass ball. As for the pitching for the Leopards, Del Rio was on the mound, and Caitlin Del Rio went all 5 innings of this one, gave up only the 1 hit, had 5 walks, and ended up striking out 7 batters in the game on her way to the win on the season, as the Leopards move on to a 6-5-1 record. The Lady Cardinals will drop now to 0-6 on the season and look to try and turn things around as they get set to take on the DECLO Hornets in a tough matchup for the Lady Cardinals in their 2nd game of the day and final game of the day. We'll have more of that coming up here on KBRV 800 The Bear. After this, though, we're going to get into our sports update, as right now the Cardinals track and field team is taking to the field, or is going to be on to the track later on this afternoon, as they're going to be hosting a track meet. Aaron Torgerson will be talking with us next, as he is our student athlete to talk to this week on KBRV 800 The Bear in our sports update on mylocalradio.com.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
So, I'm a dog, and I'm kind of new to this family, but I've noticed a trend. My humans do this thing where they go around and get all my toys and hide them in this basket, but it's always the same basket, and it's always the same place, and then they act so surprised when I find them, but I'm like, hello, That's where you put it last time. Humans are the worst at hide and go seek.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
A ranger station.
I'd like to report a bear hug.
Okay.
I put out my campfire and Smokey Bear hugged me.
So you drowned the fire, you stirred it, drowned it again, and felt that it was cold?
Uh-huh.
Yep, he's just letting you know you did good.
Bear hug from Smokey Bear. Status update.
I'm gonna let you go now. There are many ways to start a fire, but one sure way to put it out. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Preparation for game number 2 continuing to work underway as the Lady Cardinals getting set to take on the DECLO Hornets in their second game of the day and final game of the day. As I said, over on the baseball diamond, the score still looks to be set at 7-4 as I take a quick peer over the bench here. And hopefully we'll figure out what that score is. I believe, again, 7-4. The Cardinals trailing the Wendell Trojans with another chance as they get set to take to the plate in their final at-bats of the game, looking for that win in their only game today. We'll have 2 games for the baseball team coming up tomorrow. The track team for the Cardinals is going to be on their own home surface for the first time and only time this season. They are going to be hosting a track meet later on this afternoon, so if you're in Soda Springs and looking for a way to go out and support the Cardinals, I invite you to head out there and support the track kids. We had a chance to sit down with one of the track and field runners for the Cardinals. Aaron Torgerson takes the time to sit down and talk with us here on the pregame show on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. Caleb Bergraff joined here with Aaron Torgerson from the Soda Springs track and field team. And Aaron, you guys just got done with your first good weather meet, I guess the best way to say it, of the year at American Falls. Now that you guys have that meet under your belt and got to meet with a couple more teams under your belt, what were your thoughts on the way that you performed as well as the team?
Well, I think that everybody, the entire team as a whole, did a great job at American Falls. I mean, the weather was near perfect and everybody was on the top of their game. So this meet, I think, really provided a starting point for the rest of the team and myself that we can improve our times from here and we have a great place to know where we stand and to know where we need to go.
For yourself, you set a couple of PRs during that one, particularly in the 300 hurdles. What was it like this early in the year to be able to put that much time off of what your old record was?
It was really nice to be able to get some PRs, and last year I didn't really improve that much. So knowing that this year it'll be a lot better and I'll be able to get quite a few more PRs in and work hard and get things done, it's an amazing feeling.
Now the hurdles, you do the 110 and the 300. Those aren't necessarily easy events to do, and in fact, when you talk about the jumping and the height of the hurdles as well, what made you decide you wanted to go into that instead of doing just more of the regular sprinting or even the long distance?
Well, I actually started doing hurdles when I was in middle school, and the reason I started them because they were different from the usual running races. I love running, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot more difficult and I find it a lot more exhilarating and entertaining when you have to push yourself harder to go over an obstacle rather than just go for a distance.
How do you adjust when you go from something like the 400-meter race to doing the hurdles or vice versa?
It's actually relatively similar. The only difference with the hurdles is you really have to watch your step count because if you get off on your steps, then you're going down.
We'll look at a couple more questions really quick. This week you guys get a home meet. How excited are you to have the home meet and actually have good weather coming up for the home meet as well?
I am extremely excited for the home meet. I'm not sure the good weather will last, but I'm hoping beyond hopes that it does. Having a home meet here, we have a lot of more support when you have a home meet. So I feel like me and the rest of the team will be able to push ourselves even harder than we did in American Falls.
We'll wrap it all up with this, and that's every kid wants to have a goal or something to reach for once they get towards that district tournament and the state tournament after that. Have you set any goals for yourself in the 3 events that you run?
Yeah, I've definitely set some goals for myself. I have goals in practice, goals at races, and goals for the end of the year. By the end of the year, I want to be about 2 or 3 seconds off in the 300s and in the 100-meter hurdles, and I'm confident that if I work hard at every practice, I'll be able to do that.
Well, Aaron, thank you
so much for the time. Good luck as you continue to work towards those goals, and hopefully we'll be talking about you being one of the state qualifiers when it rolls around.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
That was Aaron Torgeson of the Soda Springs track and field team. Again, they're going to be hosting a track meet coming up in just a couple of hours over in Soda Springs. So we encourage you, if you are over in town, go and support the Cardinals softball team, and we'll see what we can do as far as the track team moving on. We'll try and have some updates for that tomorrow when we start bringing you more games from that coming up here. After this break, we're going to come back. We'll give a revisit to our interview with the head coach of the Cardinals softball team, or the assistant coach of the Cardinals softball team, as we will be sitting down and talking with Brianne Evans, the assistant coach for the Lady Cardinals, on the KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. This is your Deceivingly Tan pregame show on your home for Cardinals softball.
It's so pretty here.
Katie's away at college,
There's the library.
but she can still be close to her mom back home. Travis is working on a big report. High-speed internet puts a world of information at his fingertips. Silver Star Communications provides connections that help students learn and keep families close, even when they're miles apart. Get your family in touch and informed with high-speed internet from Silver Star Communications. Call today or visit silverstar.com.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Prep work continues here at Glens Ferry for game number 2 of our doubleheader as the Lady Cardinals getting set to take on the DECLO Hornets. We're going to take a quick break, get a word from our pregame sponsor, as Deceivingly Tan bringing you the pregame show here today for game 2 as well as for game 1 and all season long. And we will remind you that if you have a student in high school, or if you are a student in high school and looking for a spray tan, go ahead and swing by and contact Billy at Deceivingly Tan for their prom special $15 spray tans. 208-547-0514, the number to call. That's 208-547-0514, the number to call. It is only for high school students. And for those distinguished young women, if you are in that competition, you can get yourself a $10 spray tan. So again, get in touch with Deceivingly Tan, and even if you're not a high school student, be sure to contact them. Don't travel all the way to Pocatello. Don't go all the way to Logan. Be sure to get all your tanning needs taken care of at Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs. We'll take a break, get a word from them on KBRV 800 The Bear. When we come back, Brianne Evans will be joining us on KBRV 800 The Bear and online for your home for all Cardinal sports, mylocalradio.com.
Deceivingly Tan at 186 South Main Street in Soda Springs, Idaho is currently having 2 spray tan specials for high school students. Our prom special is only $15, and for you distinguished young women contestants, it's only $10 to get your instant tan before the competition. You'll look great with a spray tan that will leave you looking healthy and radiant. Call today for your appointment at 208-547-0514. That's Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs at 208-547-0514.
Now time for us to step into our interview as we sat down with Brianne Evans, who is an assistant coach for the Lady Cardinals, did some college coaching as well in her time at the Southern Virginia University, as that is a place where several Cardinals have gone to go, including her brothers-in-law. She married into the Evans family, and she's actually coaching her sister-in-law, which is a very interesting thing to hear. But Hallie Evans and Brianna Evans related that way around themselves. Let's take a hear at what Brianna Evans had to say about the Cardinals as they move into today's game.
Kayla Burgraff joined here with Brianna Evans, who is one of the assistant coaches for the Lady Cardinals softball team. And Coach, you guys had a very light week last week, and then you come into it this week and have a very busy schedule. To start things off with, how do you get the girls prepared for something like that, where you go from no games in 1 week to having 5 games in a week in a very short period of time?
We just definitely have to keep them busy. We try to work practices with a lot of different drills, try not to do the same type of drills. They get bored really easy, so we try to mix everything up a lot. And I mean, just try to keep their spirits up. The snow has just destroyed us this year, and it's not very fun. But they're super excited to get out on the field, and that's been a really big game changer for us.
You guys actually have nice weather today, and you also had fairly nice weather yesterday when you guys went to Firth. Let's talk about that game just for a quick second. You guys dug yourself a hole. We're down 13-4 at one point in time, 13-3 actually at one point in time. But then in the 7th inning, really started to show some heart, came back, were able to make it a 5-run game, and were it not for a couple of calls that didn't go your way, may have been able to finish the comeback or at least make it a little bit closer. What did that say about this team when not only did they have the bad inning, but they composed themselves and played very good softball for the last 3 innings?
It definitely shows that, I mean, they've got heart and they've got spirit, and they're here to play. I mean, they're here to battle. They, you know, if they get down, I mean, they can dig themselves out of a hole. We may not have a win on the season this year yet, but we've seen improvements like no other. And I mean, you know, if they get down quite a few innings or quite a few runs in an inning, I mean, they're digging themselves out. They've got the heart and the drive to do it, and I know they can.
What needs to change for this team going into Glenns Ferry in order to turn some of the close games that you guys have had or the comebacks you guys have had into some victories on the other side of the scorecard?
I think definitely, like I said earlier, our biggest thing right now is the snow. We have not been able to be on the dirt, which is very hard, but they've been getting on the dirt and they've been practicing a lot, and a lot of things have changed, especially our pitchers are coming along very, very well. We're very impressed with them, and the fielding and everything, it just takes time. I mean, it's still pretty early in the season, but as far as Glenns, we're super excited for them to be on the dirt. It's supposed to be about 85 degrees. We're so excited to see sun, but yeah, we're just super excited to be on the dirt.
We'll wrap it all up with this. In the first games, you guys get Wells, Nevada, a team that has had a very good season so far this year if you look at their record on Max Preps. And then you get DECLO, a team that, again, like you guys, may have been battling a little bit with the weather, especially with some of the storms that came through last week. What are your thoughts on those 2 games? And when you think about what you want to come out of those, win or loss, what is the success going to be in those 2 games?
Definitely, I mean, we would love the wins. Any team would love the wins. But, I mean, like I said, we are super impressed with their confidence and everything and being able to dig out of sticky situations. Our pitching has come along. Our defense, our batting is really starting to come along too. So I'm just really excited for them. Like I said, win, loss, draw, whatever it is. I think we're just super excited that, like I said, they just get to be on the dirt.
That's the running theme, getting out onto the dirt, getting yourselves some nice weather, and not a bad theme to have right now. Brianne, thank you so much for talking with us, and good luck to you guys as you get ready to open up the Glenns Ferry tournament.
Thank you.
2 teams to continue to get ready to jog out onto the field as the Soda Springs Cardinals baseball team continues to work their innings out there against the Wendell Trojans. And I believe that game's still sitting at 7-4 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. They're here again, just getting ready for these 2 teams to take to the field, get their warm-ups done, as the Cardinals getting a quick snack right now, sitting on the bleachers, some of them in the dugout, some of them behind the dugout, getting some time in the shade as well. Plenty more to come up here on the pregame show as we continue to roll on. Back after this with more on KBRV 800 The Bear and online with live audio and video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
How'd I do?
You'll get better.
Tim can't wait to be a real driver. But for now, he's king of the online track thanks to Silver Star Communications high-speed internet. Reliable, consistent speeds give him the edge against players anywhere, even the other end of the couch.
Whoa.
You'll get better.
Visit silverstar.com to learn more.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
Deceivingly Tan at 186 South Main Street in Soda Springs, Idaho is currently having 2 spray tan specials for high school students. Our prom special is only $15, and for you distinguished young women contestants, it's only $10 to get your instant tan before the competition. You'll look great with a spray tan that will leave you looking healthy and radiant. Call today for your appointment at 208-547-0514. That's Deceivingly Tan in Soda Springs at 208-547-0514.
Welcome back into the pregame show, brought to you, of course, by Deceivingly Tan on KPRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com, as the Lady Cardinals getting set to take on the DECLO Hornets in Game 2 of what is a doubleheader for the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals, as they look to try and come away with a victory in this game to get their first victory of the season. And the DECLO Hornets, unfortunately, I did not have a chance to sit down and talk with their head coach or any of their members of their team before this game, but they are coming into this as the first game they will be playing in the tournament, and they will have no more games today, but they will have a game tomorrow over at Wendell's Field. They'll take on West Jefferson, and then they will have a game against McCall later on in the tournament on Saturday to wrap up their tournament side. As for Soda Springs, this wraps up their game today. They'll be taking on Glenns Ferry tomorrow at 12:15. We will have coverage of that game coming your way right here on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com after the baseball team for the Soda Springs Cardinals takes to the field, as they will be having a game in the morning taking on, I believe, the Wells team that we just saw the Cardinals take on. The baseball team will be taking on the Wells counterparts in what hopefully for them will be a victory. Right now against Wendell, it looks like the Soda Springs Cardinals are not having the best of luck against the Wendell Trojans, as I believe the score was at 4-7 going into the last frame, and it appears to be that same score on the scoreboard there as they head into the, I believe, top of the 5th inning, which could be the final inning of work on that game. As far as us here, it looks like we're just about set for the starting meeting between the two teams, as the Cardinals will be taking to the field, and so will the DECLO Hornets. And we look to try and see what exactly results in this affair as the captains will meet. We'll jump into now our keys to the game, which are being brought to you by Soda Smiles Dentistry. And the key to this game, especially for the Cardinals, are going to be throwing the same starting pitcher they just had on the mound in the last one. Cheyenne Dominguez has brushed off the last one. You did have some good performances in some areas of that game. Your patience was good, earning the 5 walks. So don't get yourselves down too much as you move into this next game against the DECLO Hornets. That's your key to the game, brought to you by Soda Smiles Dentistry. A smile is a curve that sets everything straight. Dr. Matt Coons and the staff at Soda Smiles Dentistry invites you to their offices in Main Street in Soda Springs. So with that keys to the game brought to you there, we'll jump into our starting lineups. And for the starting lineups today, It is a little bit of a mix-up for the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals, as they will have most of the same players out there shifting around some positions and a couple of new names into the lineup that, in fact, we have yet to see so far this season. They'll be making their debuts on KBRV. Hallie Evans will start things off in the order. She'll be playing shortstop for this Cardinals, wearing the number 3. In the 2-hole, it will be Whitney Lish playing second base and wearing the number 12. Cheyenne Dominguez bats third. She'll be doing the pitching, as I said, leading things off here for the Cardinals to get them started in the field. Sierra Woods will be behind the plate, batting fourth and doing the catching. Haley Ledbetter gets her first start of the year, I believe. She'll be out in right field. She is also the backup catcher for the Cardinals, as a coin toss is going to be flipped up. And we'll see if the Cardinals are home or if DECLO is going to be home in that regards as we get back to the lineups. Haley Ledbetter, as I said, will be playing right field for the Cardinals, batting fifth. Cheyenne Daniels, batting sixth, will be in left field, Ledbetter in right field. Anna Stewart playing center field, wearing the number 17, will be the 7-hole. The 8-hole is Hallie Downs, wearing the number 32 and playing third base, also in her first varsity start of the season, I believe. And wrapping it all up is Jessie Belknap. She wears number 13 and will be playing first base for the Lady Cards in today's ball game. On the other side, for the DECLO Hornets, who will be batting first in today's game, they'll be led off by Gretchen Pirtle, wearing the number 11 and playing center field. Shortstop number 2, Taylor Brazzi, will be in the number 2 hole as well. Michaela Thompson will be playing second base and batting third, wearing the number 14. Madsen Ramsey will be wearing the number 12, playing in right field. And in the 4-hole, Alexis Wells will be in the 5-hole, wearing the number 15 and playing third base. Hadley Knudsen will be out in left field, wearing the number 5. Camry Williams will be doing the catching and wearing the number 16, batting 7th. Madison Stoker will be doing the first base duties, making sure that the outs are put away and recorded at the first base bag. And she'll be wearing the number 13, batting 8th. And wrapping it all up is Shander Kidd. She wears the number 4 and will be doing the starting pitching for the DECLO Hornets, who are decked in all black with the orange numbers outlined in white. DECLO written across the front in script with black socks, black cleats for the most part with white highlights. And the hair, if anyone has the bows in their hair, it is tied up with an orange bow as well. Cardinals, as we talked about in their first game of the day, wearing their black road and home uniforms with the white pants. Names across the back of the jerseys with the white numbers, and Soda Cardinals written across the front with the Super Cardinal on the front as well in this ball game. Game number 2 about to get set and underway on KBRV 800 The Bear. A little bit late, about 16 minutes late, as we get things ready to roll here. Thank you again for joining us. For those of you DECLO fans, I also thank you for taking the time out of your day to listen in to today's ball game. And as we talk about that, Gretchen Pirtle will make her strides into the batter's box to get things underway. DECLO, again, not sure what their record is coming into this. Unfortunately, records hard to come by here for baseball and softball in Idaho, as the record keeping once basketball season ends takes a little bit of a drop. But either way, it'll be a ball 1 taken by Gretchen Pirtle, lead things off, and the count goes to 1-0 to leadoff hitter here in the top of the first. Nothing, no score yet on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, and the count now goes to 2-0 as Dominguez struggles to find the zone early on here. New umpire behind home plate, as the former home plate umpire has moved over to first base, and now a pitch taken upstairs and outside for ball 3. And the count goes to 3-0 to leadoff batter for the Hornets. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, as Pirtle looks out, and she'll take a strike right down the heart of the plate. And the count goes to 3-1 now. Wind on and off so far this afternoon. As this pitch grounded to second, it'll be picked up by Evans, fielded cleanly, strong throw to first, not in time as the ball drifts out of Belknap's glove, and safe on what we'll call an infield single is Gretchen Pirtle, just able to beat out the hustle, as I think she beat the throw regardless of whether Belknap had made the catch or not. Taylor Brazzi will step into the batter's box now, another right-handed hitter for the DECLO Hornets. And she will show bunt at the first pitch, ball down in the dirt, and the runner able to move on up to second base as Pirtle able to advance on the pass ball. And the count goes to 1-0 as the pitch was taken for a ball, as Brazzi was able to get the bat back out of the zone before the pitch crossed the plate. So that'll show Dominguez once again with a 1-0 count facing her. She'll throw another pitch. This one a strike on the inside corner. Runner stays put at second, and the count moves to 1-1. Dominguez struggled through 31 pitches her first game today in the first inning. Another pitch up in the zone. Woods fires to third base. The runner sliding in safely. No tag applied as Downs got a delayed throw from Woods. She had to step around the batter and Taylor Brazzi to try and get the throw down to third base. With the count at 2-1, DECLO with aggressive base running has a runner 60 feet away from home plate. 0-0 your score as that pitch just off the outside corner. Sees the count go to 3-1 now. Has a quick snap throw to first base. Drives Pirtle back to the bag. And again, it will be Brazzi stepping into the right-handed batter's box. Nobody out here. Brazzi pops one up. That's out into right center field. Stewart going on it. Didn't take a good route to the ball. It drops behind her. Ball goes in from Ledbetter, but it's an RBI double to add to the hit total and to get the first run on the board for the Hornets. Coming around to score is Pirtle. And all of a sudden, just like that, the Cardinals find themselves in a hole as the home team once again, and nobody out. Number 3 batter, Michaela Thompson, will step in now. And Dominguez fires a pitch that bounces past Woods, and all the way up to third base will move Brazzi, as she's now 60 feet away on a pass ball. So with a 1-0 count now facing Thompson at the plate. Another runner very close to being able to come in here. And Dominguez will look in from the mound. She rocks, fires this one an off-speed pitch upstairs. Woods fires a ball down to third base and back to the bag quickly and in time is Brazzi as the count moves to 2-0 now. So the Cardinals not in a very pleasant position already. We'll see another ball cross low this time. Dominguez has only been able to throw 3 strikes so far. 2 of them have been put in play with a single and a double. And the other ones have been taken, but for the most part it's been balls, as there's been 9 of them throw, and now a pitch fouled off down the third base line will keep the count alive at 3-1. On the baseball diamond, looks like that game has wrapped up. We'll see if that is going to do it. It's 4-7 still. And we'll wonder if that will wrap up that contest. As here, though, another pitch in the dirt, another walk, or the first walk, I should say, of the game. As Thompson able to reach base and puts runners on the corners. 15 pitches so far already, and moving up to second base on the walk and skirting her way all the way to second base is Michaela Thompson. And the Cardinals not bouncing back the way that you would hope they would after the loss in the game before this one, 5-0. Already digging themselves a hole, down 1-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Nobody out, a ball rolled up to the plate, and Woods will throw the ball back over to Dominguez as the count goes to 1-0. Chase the runner and Brazzi back to third. Michaela Thompson leads off of second, or is on second, I should say, to try and run off. And the pitch taken for a strike on the inside. Good job by Dominguez settling down, and the count 1-1 to Ramsey at the plate. Wind picks up for a moment. Still blowing out to right field as this ball grounded shortly to shortstop. It's going to be booted by Evans, though, off of her right foot. And the error is going to allow a runner to reach base. And now if the ball gets through, another mistake by the Cardinal will allow a run to score on a throwing error coming in from Evans. Dominguez couldn't handle the ball. Moving up to second base is Ramsey. So a pair of errors will compound the problem, and a runner comes home to score, and the Cardinals still have a runner on base. And the score swells to 3-0 with nobody out in the top of the first inning. Dominguez fires a pitch, this one inside, taken for a strike on the inside corner. And Alexis Wells will step into the batter's box. 0-1 the count against her. She'll take a pitch outside for ball 1, and the count goes to 1-1 now. The third baseman for the Hornets looking to keep this inning alive with nobody out. Dominguez looking to try and rally. She rocks, fires this pitch on the inside. Runner goes, throw down to third base, past the glove of Downs, as the freshman a little bit late to reach out, calls strike, and the count to 1-2, but a runner at third base on a stolen bag And with 1 and 2 the count, a ball in play could bring home the runner from third, who is off the bag right now, adjusting her clothes. And we'll step back to the bag as we get set for another pitch to come towards the plate. Nobody out here still in the first inning. 3-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. The Hornets on top as this ball lifted towards second over the leaping glove of Whitney Lish into right center field. Jogging home with another run is Madison Ramsey on an RBI single. This time from Alexis Wells. The third RBI of the game, fourth run of the game. And the hit parade continues with nobody out. And Hadley Knudsen coming up to the plate now. And out to the mound, Tara Fetzer will have a quick word with Cheyenne Dominguez, and that is going to wrap up her day already. Unable to record an out, and the Cardinals will make a couple of switches as Hallie Downs will move to shortstop. Moving to third base will be Dominguez, and doing the pitching in this game for the rest of the way, you would assume, will be Hallie Evans, as they're going to allow her to do a couple of warm-up pitches. We'll take a break while she gets those in. Back after this with more on KBRV 800 The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry, where the Lady Cardinals, facing a 4-0 deficit already, will send Hallie Evans onto the mound after she pitched 3 innings in the last ball game and was able to record, only gave up 1 run, I should say, in those 3 innings that she worked. And here comes in with already runners on base for the Lady Cardinals. And she will continue to fire the last couple of her warm-up pitches before Hadley Knudsen will step to the plate for the DECLO Hornets. We are ready to go in this ball game. 1 runner on base right now. That one charged to Dominguez. And Hadley will show bunt. Runner takes off for second throw. 2 second into the outfield. Stewart right there to pick it up. Runner tries to move all the way up to third. It gets past the third baseman now. And just standing there at third, allowing the play to sit where it's at, is Alexis Wells. Another error on the Cardinals allows the runner to move on. This time it is going to go on to Stewart. And Alexis Wells gets a stolen base and moves up to third base, 60 feet away once again. 1-0 the count as the pitch was a ball. This pitch bunted at on a little bit of a swinging bunt by Knudsen, and the count goes to 1-1 now. So Evans will rock, fires a pitch, grounded towards short. Downs can't quite get to the ball, and it's going to be a single to lead off the inning now for Evans as she gives up a single and make it 5 runs scored in the game. All of those attributed to Dominguez. She gives up 4 earned runs in the inning. And up to the plate now will come Camry Williams after another RBI single plates another run. Camry Williams doing the catching. A runner goes and slides in ahead of the throw. All the way into center field it goes once again. Stewart up with the ball, flips it back in. And with a 1-0 count, Williams has a runner at second now. DECLO very aggressive on the base paths as they have taken off. Every time they've gotten a runner to first base, they have sent that runner. And something that is a very good tactic in softball with only 60 feet to go. As the pitch upstairs for ball 2, count goes to 2-0. It can definitely put the pressure onto the team on defense if you can do it properly. As Evans rocks, second batter she's faced this game. Inside pitch is going to plunk the batter. Williams with a hit by pitch will reach base. And now runners on first and second. And a quick timeout taken as a substitution runner will check into the game. And the courtesy runner will be Maddie Matthews for the DECLO Hornets as Madison Stroker will step into the game for the Hornets, left-handed batter. And the first pitch to her gets past the catcher Woods. Both runners will move up a base on the pass ball. And still with nobody out, the Cardinals will see 2 runners now in scoring position as the Hornets' first baseman will step back into the box with a 1-0 count facing her. Evans rocks another pitch. This one taken for a strike on the inside. Quick throw down to third by Woods. Chases the runner back, and the count goes to 1-1. Nobody out. Top of the first inning, 5-0. The Cardinals trailing DECLO. And what has been a rough start to this game, and now it's going to get a little bit better as Evans will get ahead in the count 1-2 on Madison Stoker. Madison stands with her right foot even with home plate as she fouls another ball off at the plate to stay alive. 1-2 in the count. Good swings, good plate coverage as well so far. She's fouled off a couple of pitches. Now she'll step back in, again, front of the box, well up in front of home plate. And this pitch upstairs and outside, good eye taken by Madison Stoker, and the count goes to 2-2. Another quick throw down to third base, trying to catch the runner leaking off the bag by Sierra Woods. Evans stares in. Third batter that she's faced so far, hit one and has gave up a single on the other one, and now she goes full with Madison Stoker and trying to work her way out of this jam. Rough position to be in. 3-2, full count, nobody out. First inning, runners on second and third. This pitch taken on the inside is ball 4. Ball gets past Woods, and the runner will jog down to first base to load the bases up. And 8 batters have reached the plate. No one has been retired yet for the Cardinals. And coming up is Shander Kidd, as the pitcher for the Hornets will get her first appearance of the game. Steps into the right-handed batter's box. 9th batter of the inning. Wears the glove on the left hand. A little bit tattered of a glove as she fouls the ball off. And the count goes to 0-1 against her. 14 pitches already for Cheyenne Dominguez 14 pitches for Hallie Evans after Cheyenne Dominguez threw 22 pitches in her time out on the mound, facing 5 batters before being replaced by Evans. And this pitch popped up now, left field. Drifting over to make the catch is going to be Daniels for the Cardinals as Cheyenne puts it away. It'll be a sac fly, though, for Shander Kidd. And the RBI comes home to score. The first out is recorded, though. Runners stay put at first and second. And so Camry Williams will stand at second. Madison Stoker stands at first. And we flip the lineup over now with Gretchen Pirtle getting another at-bat, her second. She singled her first time up, now swings and just gets on top of one as the count goes to 0-1. Still nobody out here one out here in the first inning. 6-0, DECLO on top with a pair of runners on. Pirtle looks out to Evans, takes a pitch upstairs, runners go, throw to third, easily getting the out as running into the ball, Camry Williams gets cut down trying to steal. Moving up on the play as well, Madison Stoker, so with 2 outs now and a runner at second, it'll be once again Gretchen Pirtle to step in with the count at 1-1. Good gun down by Sierra Woods. She does have a good arm for a catcher and has cut a couple of people down trying to steal second base on the season, as well as a couple of people trying to steal third, and has a good reaction time getting down there. As now a ball bounced up once again, and Pirtle gets ahead in the count 3-1 now. Reached on a single on a similar count her last time up. She'll look to do the same thing here. As Evans rocks, fires, this one hits her, and a second hit by pitch of the inning will put a runner onto first base and second base as well. We'll see if the Hornets decide to put them into motion, as that it would fit the same plan that they've had so far on the season, or on this game, I should say. And Taylor Brazzi will step in. She doubled her first time up and got an RBI as the first pitch down in the dirt. Runners hold. And the count goes to 1-0. Michaela Thompson on deck. She walked her first time up. As Evans rocks, fires. This one popped up on the infield. Should be an out as Downs gets to it. Can't put it away, though, as it drifts away from her. And it'll result in a single or unfortunately we'll call that an error. It will result in a run coming across to score. Also moving up to third base is Pirtle as the Hornets were moving on the play, and the E6 will result in runners on second and third now for the Hornets, and another RBI across the plate for Taylor Brazzi. Michaela Thompson steps in now, 7-0. The Cardinals trailing with 2 outs recorded. Ball down to first. It's going to go off of Belknap's gloves, flipped back to her by Lish, who is helping her out to recover, and it goes as a 3-4-3 put out for the final out of the inning as Thompson is retired. The Cardinals, though, give up 7 runs in the first inning, and 12 batters come to the plate for the Hornets, leaving 2 on base. We'll take a break, come back with the bottom of the first inning. 7-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
Welcome back out here to Glens Ferry, Idaho on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. 7-0, a rough first inning for both Cheyenne Dominguez and Hallie Evans as 12 batters come to the plate, 7 of them faced by Evans, 5 of them faced by Dominguez, who failed to record an out, gave up 5 runs and 4 earned runs in her short time out there on the plate. And the Cardinals offense will try and get themselves back into this game. They have had that tendency to dig themselves into some holes and then try and fight their way back into it, and they'll have to do it once again here with a 7-run deficit to come back against. And on the mound facing them is Shander Kidd, the starting pitcher for the DECLO Hornets, who will wear the black uniform top with the sleeveless look as she tucks the sleeves in underneath her jersey top. Most of the other players wearing the sleeves out, other than the right fielder and the catcher behind home plate. As the warm-up pitch is wrapped up and set to go are the Soda Springs Cardinals, with Hallie Evans leading things off for the Cardinals. And Hallie did not get a hit in the first game. Went 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. Switched into the leadoff spot. Whitney Lish on behind her, and Cheyenne Dominguez will move into the 3-hole. As the first pitch, a hard strike at the letters. And Hallie Evans gets greeted with a rough first pitch. 0-1 the count, nobody out, bottom of the first, with a score at 7-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Second pitch taken for a strike as well down the middle, and Evans, trying to show some patience, digs herself into a hole. It's 0-2. Whitney Lish will bat second, hoping for a runner on base, but right now, Shander Kidd showing some good target practice, and she gets a swing and a miss from Evans to strike out again. Third strikeout of the day for Evans. And on 3 pitches, the first batter is retired, with Whitney Lish stepping up to the plate now as the senior for the Cardinals will look to try and give them a little bit more of a fight. Wind continues to blow to right field. And this pitch upstairs and outside for ball 1 to the senior, playing at second base today. And in the first game, playing at second base as well. Cardinals missing her as one of their pitchers as they try to work and build some other pitchers up. And now this pitch outside, taken for a ball. It goes to 2-0. Lish with the blue, white, and black cleats. The blue-white helmet with the black face mask as she takes another pitch upstairs. And the count goes to 3-0 now. Good battle coming up here from Whitney Lish at the plate. She continues to show some confidence. And again, it will be a pitch coming in from the Hornets that misses ball 4. So after striking out Evans on 3 straight pitches, she walks Whitney Lish on 4 straight pitches. A little bit inconsistent for Kidd on the mound. And she will get another good batter for the Cardinals in Cheyenne Dominguez. Another right-handed batter. Started out pitching, now over at third base on the day. And she'll swing at a pitch off the plate. And the count goes to 0-1 on Dominguez. Borderline pitch. Not way off the plate, but might have been taken for a ball. 0-1 with 1 out. bottom of the first inning, 7-0, and the pitch taken for a strike at the letters again. And the count goes to 0-2 now on Dominguez. So another hole dug in, and now cut down at first base is Whitney Lish as she couldn't get back to the bag on time. And the out is recorded as Lish is thrown out by the catcher, Camry Williams, on a snap throw back to first. And the mistake will be the second out in the inning. So with a 0-2 count and 2 outs recorded, it'll be Cheyenne Dominguez trying to battle and keep the inning alive as the 0-2 pitch is taken upstairs and away, and the count goes to 1-2. Bottom of the first here, Cardinals trying to put up a fight. As Kids pitch outside, trying to frame it, was Williams behind the plate, but she couldn't pull it back in, and the count goes to 2-2. Deuce is wild on the scoreboard. Dominguez stares out. Close stance at the plate, and this one taken downstairs. Oh, there's a strike called on the inside corner. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Kidd. She gets through at 1-2-3 as she works around a walk, strikes out a pair. The Cardinals go down in order. We take a break, come back with the top of the second inning on KBRV 800 The Bear, with online video streaming at mylocalradio.com, and the score sitting at 7-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Whoa.
The moment my son saw a redwood tree
It's huge!
is the moment I knew that for him,
You can't even see the top of that thing.
even the sky has no limit.
There are some moments only the forest can inspire. Find yours at discovertheforest.org. Learn about forests near you and discover cool things to do when you go. Your moment is out there. Find it at discovertheforest.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Cardinals looking for a defensive stop here to try and give themselves another chance with the bat as they trail 7-0, heading to the top of the second inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 coming up for the Lady Hornets. Madison Ramsey leads things off after she ended up reaching on an error made by the shortstop in the first inning. That was Evans at that point in time. Evans now on the mound throws a first pitch for a ball downstairs in the dirt, and the count goes to 1-0. Wind picks up, blowing to right field. Evans again rocks in, fires a pitch. This one outside corner and taken for ball 2. Ramsey 0 for 1 officially, did come around to score and does have an RBI as a run came home to score on the ball that she punched into play. She'll take a strike on the inside corner, and the count goes to 2-1. Soda Springs baseball game over. We hope to have a member of the Soda Springs team come and talk to us. Looks like the final there was 4-9. Here a ground ball will go off of the glove of Evans. Up with it as Downs fires to first, but too late. It'll be an infield single for Ramsey as she reaches base to lead things off, and we'll see if they put her into motion. So baseball losing their opening game of the tournament 9-4 to the Wendell Trojans to lead things off. And now a ball is going to plunk the batter again. Alexis Wells ends up hitting a batter. And another one will reach base as 2 runners on first and second and nobody outs. And the Cardinals in danger of getting into another situation where runs continue to just maneuver their way around the base paths. 7-0 here already in the top of the second with nobody out. And the Hornets at the plate leading already as the runners will hold at second and first after a ball down in the dirt to Hedley Knutson. We'll see the count go to 1-0. Evans rocks, and this pitch ripped towards the photographer, just goes between his legs as he stays alive on the far side. I believe that's my good buddy Warren Cook from KBRV as he stays alive and almost dies, but the count goes to 1-1. And a ball down in the dirt goes to 2-1. 2-1 after a ball in the dirt. Still runners on first and second. As Evans will again rock and bounces one up to home plate. Stepping out is Hadley Knutson. The runners will both move up to second and third on the wild pitch and the pass ball, and all of a sudden it's another pair in scoring position for the Hornets, who are in danger of turning this game into a laugher early on. Another pitch to Knutson, grounded through the hole between second and third, and easily going to score one run. Second run's going to chug around and score as well. It's a 2 RBI single for Hadley Knutson. She's got 3 RBIs in the game and is 2 for 2 already, and it makes it a 9-0 lead for the DECLO Hornets, as the Cardinals are going to jog in, have a quick conversation. Also coming in to talk to her players will be Coach Osterhout for the DECLO Hornets. 3 batters at the plate so far. All 3 have reached base for the Cardinals. 9-0 the Cardinals trail to the Hornets, with 4 runs attributed to Hallie Evans in the game so far. 5 of the 9 runs contributed to Cheyenne Dominguez. This game started a little bit after 2. As another ball grounded to third, up with it. Dominguez throws this one off of the bag, and trying to stay on the bag was Whitney Lish, but it pulls her off. Another error will allow another run to reach. This time it goes on to Dominguez, and the runners will be on first and second. Madison Stoker coming to the plate now as the left-handed batter will step in. Another courtesy runner will come back onto the base paths. As over at first base, again, that is going to be Maddie Matthews. And Evans trying to get an out here. Will throw an off-speed pitch past Stoker. Gets her to swing and miss. And the count moves to 0-1. 12 pitches in the inning so far for Evans. Make it 13 as this one misses upstairs and away. Hallie Evans, again, did not have too much trouble in their first game against Wells, Nevada, as she was only able to, or she only gave up 1 run in her 3 innings of work. Here, though, coming in much earlier in the first inning, and she is struggling her way through this lineup. Has only given up, or only gotten the 3 outs in the first inning. Has yet to get an out here in the second inning. A ball grounded to second. Lish picks it up, tags the runner, moving up to second. Throw to first is too late. So there'll be runners on the corner. Fielder's choice on the 4 unassisted. Gets the out. And moving up to third base is Hadley Knutson, with Shander Kidd coming up to the plate, who has a sac fly for an RBI and in position for another one of those if she were able to do it again. 2 runs across in the inning so far. And Shander Kidd will watch this ball be grounded back to the pitcher. Evans throws over to Belknap to get the out. A run will come across and score. It's an RBI ground out. And the Cardinals do get the second out of the inning. Coming home to score is Knutson, but another RBI for Shander Kidd as well. And coming up to the plate to lead things off is Gretchen Pirtle, the leadoff batter for the DECLO Hornets, who has reached on a single and was hit by a pitch. And the first ball to her misses down low. And Evans will again step back up to the rubber. Toes it with the right foot, rocks, fires. This one flipped it into right field. Ledbetter comes in on it, puts it away for the out, and the Cardinals escape the inning. 3 runs do come across for the Hornets, but the Cardinals limit the damage. We'll take a break, come back with more. It's 10-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com after an inning of play, or after 1.5 innings of play.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
Welcome back out once again to Glenns Ferry, Idaho on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com as the Lady Cardinals trying to keep themselves alive in this game. Will need some offensive performance. They'll have the heart of the order. Sierra Woods, Haley Ledbetter, and Cheyenne Daniels stepping up to the plate. Again, later on in this game, we're hoping to have a visit from one of the Cardinals coaching staff to talk about their opening game against the Wendell Trojans. And we'll find out a little bit more about how they did there. as soon as we get one of those members to come talk to us. Out on here, though, it is Shander Kidd back out on the mound for her second inning of work. She is going to face Sierra Woods, Ledbetter, and Daniels for the Cardinals as they're scheduled 3 in the inning. If it gets that far, Anna Stewart will bat in the 4-hole. And Kidd with the ball waits for Woods to step in. Sun continues to shine down bright, and again, barely any clouds in the sky. If any, there's a couple off to our back behind home plate as the first pitch to Woods is taken for a ball. And the temperature continues to rise here in what has been a fantastic day. 73 degrees for this game. And for the ladies of Soda, that could be their excuse. You know, it was too warm. We're used to playing in 50-degree temperatures here. It was too much heat for us. Which, you know, playing in the heat for this long, second game of the day, not used to it, that can wear on you. The weariness of a game can definitely start to drag on you as Woods swings at a pitch and misses. This is also the first time the Cardinals have played a doubleheader this year. So back-to-back games can be a little bit of a stressful situation sometimes, as well as putting a little bit more of a grind when the muscles have just relaxed. As the ground ball over to first base is going to see Woods hustling, but can't beat out the run as Stoker able to step on the bag just before Woods got there, and the out goes 3 unassisted on another quick at-bat. Haley Ledbetter will step in now, her first at-bat of the game and of the day, as well as she was on the bench to start off the first game, right fielder for today's game, as she steps into the right-handed batter's box facing the right-handed Kidd, who will wind and fire a pitch upstairs for ball 1. 10-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard on KBRV 800 The Bear. And of course online at mylocalradio.com. Pitched downstairs and called a strike against Ledbetter as the count goes to 1-1. And Haley needing to fight to keep herself alive. Looks out to the pitcher, Kidd, who winds and fires. This one fouled back to the screen. Good cut by Ledbetter, but just a bit underneath a rise ball as the count continues to move forward. 1-2 the count now. As Kidd will stare in. Muscles up, ball fouled off at the plate, just staying alive as Ledbetter. Good fight with one out here in the bottom of the second inning. She will step once again into the right-handed batter's box. Pitch downstairs, just a little bit low. The fight by Ledbetter helping her out. Maybe giving the umpire a little bit more leeway to her on the strike zone as she looks out once again. Black Sox tucked into the white jersey, and she'll spoil another pitch down the right field line. And the count remains at 2-2 with one out. Cardinals looking to try and start a rally. Cheyenne Daniels on deck. Did reach base in the last game, I believe, with a walk. And Ledbetter takes another ball down in the dirt as that bounces to the plate. 7 pitches in the at-bat so far, as Ledbetter, who again did not bat in the first game, trying to get herself on base for an opportunity. She gets back into the right-handed batter's box with a full count. Kidd, in the longest at-bat she's faced so far, will wind, fire this one downstairs. Ball 4, and Haley Ledbetter gets herself on base with a walk. Good job by the sophomore, who this is the first time that she's played softball in her life. So adjusting quickly, she's learning the catching position for being in that spot when Woods graduates, and also playing in right field today. She's on first base. Strike taken at the plate by Cheyenne Daniels as the count goes to 0-1 with one out in the bottom of the second inning. Anna Stewart on deck, waits in the circle as she looks for a chance to get out there as Daniels swings and misses at a pitch off the plate. The count goes to 0-2 now. And Daniels will swing and miss at another one as she goes down swinging on 3 pitches in her at-bat at the plate. Which will bring up Anna Stewart, formerly the leadoff hitter. She's been pushed down the lineup to the 7-hole for this tournament, at least for day 1, and she takes the first pitch for a strike on the inside corner. That's been a spot where the Cardinals have struggled all season long with attacking. They like the pitches outside and away, but they do not adjust very well when the pitches are on the inside corner. As this pitch taken off of the glove of the catcher, moving up on the play, Haley Ledbetter will get to second base as the ball will be taken, and the count moves to 1-1 now with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. 10-0. And a pitch swung on and missed by Stewart as she goes down now 1-2 in the count. Kidd very close to getting out of this inning as well, as the outfield stays straight up and a pitch off the plate, snared by the catcher in Williams, as Camry just able to pull that one back into her body, and the count stays at 2-2. Ledbetter still standing out on second base. 2 outs, bottom of the second. Powell popped up just over the backstop and missed by a fan in the seats as she just could not hold on to it. The count stays at 2-2. As the count stays at 2-2. 5 pitches in the at-bat so far. Good fight. Second good fight of the inning as Ledbetter was able to force the at-bat to go to 8 pitches. And this one swung on and just fouled down the left field line. Just drifts past the bag. Anna Stewart again staying alive. Got an off-speed pitch up in the zone. And the count stays at 2-2. Stewart will again step back in. Baseball team here watching and observing this game now as their game wrapped up. Again, 4-9. They fall to Wendell in their opening game of the tournament. And another pitch comes in. Stewart cuts on it. Can't catch up to it. Good fight by Stewart, but just could not stay alive. And she goes down swinging. We take a break. Come back with the top of the third inning. 10-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. The Cardinals trailing on your home for Cardinal Sports. KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
MyLocalRadio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you.
Would your business survive a disaster? Nearly 2/3 of businesses aren't prepared for an emergency, and 40% of businesses that experience a disaster never recover. Make an emergency plan now before it's too late. For a free online tool that helps you develop an emergency plan to keep your business up and running should disaster strike, visit ready.gov/business. Brought to you by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the American Red Cross, and the Ad Council.
Couple more changes for the Cardinals in the fields as Hallie Downs has been removed from the game. Evans moves back out to shortstop, and taking the place of the left fielder will now be Delaware, as Alicia will get her first minutes out there in the game. And pitching now, Cheyenne Daniels will get her first time on the mound today. Third pitcher for the Cardinals in the game, as Evans makes it through 2 innings, gives up 5 runs, in her time out on the mound, as well as 3 hits as we go through her line score. 1 walk, hit 3 batters in the game. And as far as the earned runs are concerned, only gave up 3 earned runs in the game. Or 2 earned runs in the contest, as several runs did come around. 4 earned runs. 5 out of the ones that she gave up. First batter, squares the bunt, pushed towards Daniels. She's going to get the out as a quick flip on the first base, and Taylor Brazzi leads off the third inning with a ground out to the pitcher. Tried to bunt it up the first baseline, couldn't control it enough to get the out, and that'll bring up Michaela Thompson, the second baseman for the DECLO Hornets. Will get her 3rd swings of the game. She's 0 for 1 officially, has walked and scored in the game so far, and the first pitch to her popped up foul, as that will drop and fall down the hill, and the count goes to 0-1. Cheyenne Daniels, first time pitching today. has pitched on the JV team, also was one of the pitchers in a black and red game that the Cardinals played at Firth after they played the Firth Cougars. 1 out here as the count moves to 1-1. And the count goes to 10-0. Or excuse me, 10-0 the Cardinals trail. Ground ball over to third, picked up cleanly, and Cheyenne Dominguez throws on to the first base bag to record the out. And just like that, the best inning of the Cardinals so far has come from Cheyenne Daniels, as the score still sits at 10-0 with 2 outs, and the Cardinals possibly getting through a 1-2-3 inning here. Madison Ramsey will step up, 1 for 2 officially, has reached on an error, as the Cardinals will now see a first pitch taken for a ball to the plate, and Madison Ramsey will look and swing at another one, chops this one over to third. Dominguez up with it, fires to first base, gets the out, and just like I was hoping for, and the Cardinals were hoping for, a 1-2-3 inning. First of the game for them. They still trail 10-0 on your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Back with the bottom of the third inning after this on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
Welcome back out to the home of the Glens Ferry annual baseball tournament and softball tournament, and joining us now here in the bottom of the third inning as the Cardinals get set to take to the plate is the head baseball coach for the Soda Springs Cardinals, Jeff Uskoski. And Coach, first of all, thank you so much for stepping in to give us a chat here on our coverage.
No problem, Caleb.
Now, you guys unfortunately fall in your game 4-9, but before we talk about that, as a coach, when you look at something like this and knowing Coach Tara Fetzer, it's tough when you get in a hole like this one. What are you talking to the girls about, and what are you talking to your team about in general when you're trying to come back from a deficit like this?
Well, I think this is actually one of the strengths of Coach Fetzer is she's really upbeat. She always stays positive with the girls. And one of those things is that a lot of players see. They feed off the coach, and if the coach has negative energy, then they'll kind of get down. And I think that's one of the things I always see about her. She's always saying, looking at the positive, trying to get the girls fired up.
And you see kind of some of those positives in the last inning as the Cardinals end up getting a 1-2-3 inning with a new pitcher. First time that I've seen her in the game, or in the pitching as all at the varsity level, as Cheyenne Daniels comes through. Back out onto the mound for her third inning of work is going to be Chandra Kidd. Has faced 7 batters so far, only 1 left on base. As a little nubber hit by Hallie Downs, and she is going to be thrown out on the first pitch of her appearance as she tries to beat it out. Good hustle down the line, but cut down for the first out of the inning. And Coach, when you look at your game, 4-9, again, a loss to Wendell to start things off. Struggled in the first inning, but you guys also were able to fight your way back at a 4-4 tie after the top of the second inning. We're able to keep it there for a little while too, it sounded like.
Yeah, we actually came out, and in the first inning we didn't compete real well on the mound. Kyle Dursteller threw, and in the first inning he didn't even look like he'd warmed up, honestly, and then he walked several guys, and that's most of their 4 runs. I think we had 5 walks in the first inning. After that, though, he really settled down, and the kid's got a great arm, and he really competed real well. I just think he wasn't really prepared for that first inning of the tournament. So hopefully that's one of those things as a sophomore. You sometimes make it inexperienced decisions on how ready you are for the game, and so he's going to learn from it, and he's a good kid, and he's working hard, and I think he's going to learn from it. He's going to get better.
Belknap reaches on a single from the 9-hole. First hit of the game for the Cardinals to this point in time as they break up the no-no, and now at the plate, Hallie Evans, who pitched a little bit, now playing back at shortstop, will show bunt, pulls it back, and the count goes to 1-1 with 1 out. Offensively, after getting that 4-run burst, you guys were held down a little bit in that game as another swing and a miss by Evans What were you looking for from the kids, and what were some of the problems that they faced against the pitcher for Wendell? Was it the pitcher for Wendell? Was it just conditions? Was it first game on a long road trip? What were your thoughts on that?
No, actually, I thought they actually had some really good at-bats. The wood bats make it so it's a much more of a defensive game. You have to have good. I guess it's one of those things where when you're playing a wood bat game, you have to execute better, and that's just something that we need to work on, and that's what we're looking at this weekend. I thought the kids actually competed really well at the plate. Devin Adams hit a 3-run triple in that second inning. Zach Housley went. I think he went 3 for 4. He was hitting the ball hard all the time. We actually in that last in the 6th inning, we had the bases loaded, down 3 runs, and Devin, who had our best at bats of the day, up. And he hit the ball hard right at somebody. And so realistically, I think offensively we did enough to win. Just defensively we fell apart. I mean, we have errors that we can correct, though. It's not something that you look at and say, oh, there's not a chance. They probably had 1 or 2 earned runs at the most. And Kyle really, I mean, he's tough to hit. If he can just jump out in front of the batters, he's really tough to deal with. And he must have had 10 strikeouts today.
And pitching from ahead, always something big, and that's something that the Cardinals are figuring out right now, as Shander Kidd has pitched ahead for most of the batters that she's faced. Jessie Belknap on the last batter, Evans, was able to move up on a passed ball from the catcher on a wild pitch out of the reach of the catcher, Camry Williams. So she stands on second. Unfortunately for the Cardinals, Evans struck out swinging, and now Lish faces a 2-0 count. Whitney Lish, last time up, ended up walking one of the 3 base runners the Cardinals have had, but she was cut down at first base on a snap throw by Williams to the first base bag and gets ahead now 3-0 in the count. Another throw down to second. We'll have Belknap diving back into the bag, and when you work on young pitchers like that, especially with someone like Kyle, getting him out there a lot in those first few games, it not only builds their confidence, I feel, but it also gives them the confidence to continue to see that, hey, as a coach, you have the confidence as well in them.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. Kyle's gonna be dynamite for this program. He has a really great arm. He's tall, and right here, actually, Whitney's got a real good pitch to hit. Senior with a good at bat, so she fouls it off straight back. Good pitch for her to hit to drive in our first run. Fouled it straight back. Looked right like she was dead on it.
Yeah, very good pitch to swing at. Could sit on one spot and looked on the outside corner, and that's exactly where Kidd threw it. Now a 3-2 count, 2 outs. Bottom of the 3rd inning, Belknap off second. Popped up on the infield, right into the sun. Could be a difficult play, but it is put away. Good job by Kidd using the glove to shield the sun away from her eyes and makes the out. And the Cardinals are retired in the 3rd. We'll take a break, and if Coach Yuskoski is good for it, we'll keep him back here in the top of the 4th inning and bring back more on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. Your Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier coming up on your home for Cardinal Sports. The 4th inning brought to you by them.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Hey America, we need to have a little talk. We've got a lot of food in this country. We've got so much food that we can't eat it all. So how are 17 million kids in America struggling with hunger? That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to hungry kids who need it. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Back here, Haley Downs replacing Haley Ledbetter in the lineup as she moves into right field. And the first pitch coming now from Cheyenne Daniels at the plate is going to be taken for a ball by the leadoff batter for the DECLO Hornets, replacing Alexis Wells, is number 10 in their lineup. That's Jane Osterhout. She grounds one foul down the 3rd base line, picked up by Dominguez and thrown back over to Daniels at the mound. And for Daniels, she's come in, did a very good job in the last inning of worked a 1-2-3 top of the 3rd inning. Now gets another ground out that just gets past Jessie Belknap. She reached the glove behind her, misplayed it on the reaction, went to cover the bag first, then realized it was a ball hit towards her, not towards second, and could not adjust quickly enough. It gets into right field, and we'll be calling that one a single as no glove play was made.
Yeah, that's a tough ball for Jessie as she sees the ball go down angle and starts running to the base and then realizes a split second too late it's actually her ball rather than a ball towards Whitney, and so that gives the single. Let's see how Cheyenne reacts to it though.
Cardinals a very young team, so all of these a growing process. Cheyenne gets a line drive back to her, flip back to first, beautiful double play, and the Cardinals getting a little bit of luck, but also a little bit of skill on the reactions by Cheyenne Daniels on the mound, and they get the second out of the inning. It remains 10-0 here in the top of the fourth inning.
I guess that's the reaction you were kind of looking for, huh?
That is, and again, just the ability not only to snare the line drive, but to realize to make the play over to first and see Belknap staying at first base to make herself available. Those are the little signs of growth that you have to take, and we talk about staying positive as a coach in the dugout for the Cardinals with Coach Tara Fetzer. That's something you can build on as a coach.
Yeah, and the thing is, when we go and play this tournament, these aren't any league games, and our goal is to get better. So these games, every time you're playing an inning, we're getting better. And so the softball team comes over, and they started out and struggled a little bit, but each inning they're getting better, and that's the real important thing.
2-1 count now with 2 outs, and the ball is going to be fouled at the plate by Camry Williams, and the count will remain or move to 2-2. Excuse me. Deuce is Wild with two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cardinals playing straight up, a little bit of a hole up the middle, but Daniels filling that one at the pitcher's mound. This one's going to be flared out into left field, drops in front of Delaware. She overruns it. Turning around for second base is going to be Williams, so she'll move in with a single and advancing on the error, and now slides into third base where she gets in safe as well, as the Cardinals a little bit slow getting the ball back into the infield, and it results in a 2-base error in the outfield for Delaware. Pinch runner will come back in, and once again that is Maddie Matthews, who has been the courtesy runner for Williams all game long as the catcher. You have unlimited base substitutions for the catcher and for the pitcher in softball, I believe.
Yeah, it's the speed up rule. We have the same thing in baseball. But when you have 2 outs, that they got that double play, it's just huge at this point, because now if they get this batter out, it really doesn't matter if she's on first, second, or third. If Cheyenne can come back and just get this one to play good defense, we're going to get out of here with a 0 and hopefully build off some momentum defensively.
1-1 count with the first baseman, Madison Stoker, at the plate. She takes the ball, goes upstairs 2-1. Stoker 0 for 1 officially, has reached base twice though, walked, and then on a fielder's choice was able to get to second base back in the second inning of play, and swings and misses at a strike up near the head, but still in this over the plate. The count goes to 2-2. Now she'll ground one to third. It's going to be scooped up. No, it gets through into left field. Run comes home. Hard ball down the line. That's a tough reaction play for Cheyenne Dominguez. She pats her chest saying it was on her, but again, not an easy play when you have to go to the backhand side to try and field a ball, and it results in a single for Madison Stoker and an RBI. First run scored by the DECLO Hornets in an inning and 2/3.
Yeah, it looks like Cheyenne's really coming in and settling down, throwing a lot of strikes, making them put the ball in play. And that's really the important thing for a pitcher, is let your defense try to work behind you. There's 7 people out there behind you wanting to make a play.
And they'll have a chance to here as this ball popped up into left field, goes off of Delaware's glove though, up into the sun. Again, having to battle it. It's a noonday sun right now, and it's tough for anybody without sunglasses on, and Delaware wouldn't be included in that list, so it results in another error on the left fielder, unfortunately, and the Cardinals will see runners moved up to second and third with 1 run already home. 2 outs. Easy to get out of this one if you can get a ball in play to one of the fielders, as you only need 1 out, and Gretchen Pirtle will step up to the plate. She grounds one to third, picked up by Dominguez, fires onto first, and the out is recorded. 4 innings, or 3.5 innings underway and done. The score sits now at 11-0 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. We'll be back with the bottom of the 4th inning on your Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier 4th inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
It's so pretty here.
Katie's away at college,
There's the library.
but she can still be close to her mom back home. Travis is working on a big report. High-speed internet puts a world of information at his fingertips. Silver Star Communications provides connections that help students learn and keep families close, even when they're miles apart. Get your family in touch and informed with high-speed internet from Silver Star Communications. Call today or visit silverstar.com.
Welcome back out to Glens Ferry as we hit the bottom of the 4th inning. 3:14 the time. The next game scheduled to start at 3:45, so this possibly could be the final frame of this inning, depending on what the umpires decide to do with this game. Out onto the mound, a new pitcher for the DECLO Horn, or excuse me, it is still Shander Kidd. Turned around, saw the 4, didn't realize it was her. As the DECLO pitcher will fire a first pitch strike to Cheyenne Dominguez, who struck out swinging her first time at the plate and cuts through it for an 0-1 count against her with nobody out in the bottom of the 4th. 11-0 Cardinals trailing, but in the last 2 innings have only given up 1 run. Another strike called on the outside corner.
You know, Caleb, it looks like we're struggling a little bit against Shander Kidd, but she's a state-level pitcher. I mean, she's the type of pitcher you're going to have to see and beat to go to state. And so these are great at-bats for our girls. Even if we're not competing at them, we're starting to get better. And you can see the timing. We're starting to get closer and closer to those girls. And so as these are important games and important at-bats, even though it's in a game we're really down on as Cheyenne Dominguez goes down swinging, even though we're down in the game, these at-bats are still important because they're just more time to see the pitch, more time to see these at-bats.
And this is the second straight pitcher that they've faced is for Dominguez, a day not necessarily to write home about. 3 strikeouts, does have a walk on the day after that strikeout was recorded. Sierra Woods will step in, and she takes the first pitch ball as she steps in batting left-handed. First time I've seen her bat switch all season long as she's trying to switch things up. And the count goes even at 1-1. The last pitcher that the Cardinals faced from Wells, Nevada, much like this one, as that was Caitlin Del Rio, a junior for the Leopards, and the ball popped up, flared into left field. That's going to drop down for a base hit, gets past the left fielder. Woods chugging onto second base. She's got a stand-up double from the left side.
Yeah, you often see these softball players, even if they're naturally right-handed, go left-handed just because the bases are so short and they're trying to get that advantage down the line, just because speed is so important with these 60-foot bases. That one, she hits a flare out into left field, kind of reminiscent of a Chiro Suzuki, dumping it into left field and then slightly misplayed.
And the wind blowing in from left field, too, dropped that one down in front of the left fielder, Knudsen. And it stays with a runner at second. Up to bat now, is going to be Alicia Delaware. She shows bunt with a 1-strike count, chugging for third base and sliding in safe as the ball drops out of the glove of the third baseman. She would have been out if the throw had been on target, but Woods gets the stolen base, and just like you were talking about, the short distance between the base paths and the aggressive base running helping the Cardinals out there. That's actually how DECLO was able to build up their lead too, as they were very aggressive on the base paths in the first inning of this one when they put 7 runs up onto the board. And going back to the pitching game, as Kidd fires one, this one bunted foul as it rolls off of home plate. That'll be helpful to the Cardinals as that makes the count 1-2. And Delaware will stay alive with a chance to now swing the bat with 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1 out in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cardinals looking to try and get their first run of the tournament after losing 5-0 in the first game to Wells. Del Rio for the Wells Leopards ended up firing a hard fastball, and the breaking ball is really what set her apart from Shander Kidd. Shander has the same type of fastball and rise ball, but the breaking ball is not as slow and not as maneuverable as the one that they saw from Del Rio in the first game. As this ball lined past the glove on the mound of Kidd. The throw will go to first base, but it'll be an RBI ground out for Delaware as she gets her first RBI of the day on a 4-3 putout.
Yeah, what you mentioned earlier about the pitcher from Wells, a lot of times when kids are learning to pitch, they think hard is good and then harder is better, and so everything ends up coming in at about the same speed, where it's actually kind of helpful sometimes just to mess up their timing, because hitting is all about timing, and then pitching is all about just messing up timing. And so that's one of the things that's really important and tough to teach a kid and tough to remember when you are pitching is sometimes slow is good. And that's a real hard thing to learn.
That's where you pull up the EFIS pitch from even the majors, where you have major league pitchers who can throw, I believe, I can't think of his name, but the Texas pitcher who throws 95 as this ball grounded by Daniels over to third base. She runs to first but can't get there in time, and the out is recorded. To finish that thought, I believe you, Darvish, is the one I'm thinking of. 57-mile-an-hour EFIS pitch that goes from a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Cardinals do strike for one in the bottom of the fourth inning, and it looks like that is going to wrap up the ball game here as the DECLO Hornets doing their handshake or chant at the end of the game, and the Cardinals looking whether or not they're going to get into the field or not. The umpires are discussing things. Cardinals have their gloves on. We'll figure it all out when we take a break here. This has been your Bear Lake Drug fifth inning, brought to you by Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier. Back after this with your Kelly Wellsford County Sheriff fifth inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience, an ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
Cheyenne Daniels will step out onto the mound for another inning of work with a score at 11-1 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard, as she will face off number 9, who is a new substitution for the DECLO Hornets into the game, as that is Carlin Osterhout. She replaces Taylor Brazzi in the game, and she is even in the count 1-1. Kayla Bergraff here alongside Jeff Yuskowski, the head baseball coach for the Soda Springs Cardinals baseball team. And with baseball having a couple of games coming up tomorrow, a swing and a miss by Osterhouse there. You guys get a early game against Wells, Nevada, a very solid team from the 1A ranks in Nevada that I believe 8-3 on the season as the ball grounded over towards third. Dominguez up with it and again gets the out. Cheyenne Dominguez in the last 2 1/3 innings has recorded 4 of the 7 outs. So she has been very, very good at third base so far in the hot corner. What are you guys looking to do now that you guys need to come back from that game, especially again being a wood bat tournament with 2 games tomorrow and the early game at 9 o'clock? What are you looking for?
Well, first of all, I'm hoping everybody gets on the bus on time. We have a 7 o'clock bus time for our 9 o'clock game because we're staying over in Jerome. And because of that, we're hoping, first of all, the kids eat breakfast, get some sleep tonight. But then we're looking at getting up, and after today where we didn't play our best, it's nice to get out on the field early in the morning. I really like that. I kind of wish that our 2 games were together, but I guess we'll play at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then we play at 4:30 in the afternoon. So we'll have a day to enjoy our team and kind of have fun together, I guess.
And this year's tournament, not an easy one for you guys, that the count goes to 2-1 now to to Madison Ramsey at the plate. Or this is Michaela Thompson, as I got a little bit ahead of myself in the order. 2-2 now as she swings through a pitch from Cheyenne Daniels, who again, very good job out of the bullpen, or out of the inner relief for the Cardinals. As this her 3rd inning of work, gets another ground ball right back to her, picks it up, fires to first base. and records the out 1-3. She's gotten a lot of ground ball outs in this game so far, as that's her 7th one that she's been able to record on the ground. Another big thing, I know you as a baseball coach understand that too, keeping the ball on the ground is huge because it limits it to 1 or 2 bases at most that a runner can get.
Yeah, and it also implies that your pitch is probably down, and the pitch down is much tougher to. I mean, if you put the pitch up, I mean that's an easy pitch to drive. And Cheyenne helping herself out by fielding her position. Pitchers, especially young pitchers, they have to work on more than just throwing a strike. It's throwing a strike and then helping yourself out by being a good defensive player, which Cheyenne did there.
2-1 count as she drops one down low in the dirt, as now Madison Ramsey steps up to the plate, the right fielder for the DECLO Hornets. Top of the 5th inning, 11-1, 2 outs, and a 3-1 count now to the right fielder. And talking about your schedule tomorrow, this tournament did not set up to be an easy one for you guys by any means. Wendell to start things off with the Trojans, and then a tough Wells team as this ball grounded to third. Dominguez up with it, gets it to first in a 1-2-3 inning for Cheyenne Daniels. Second one she's throwing. The Cardinals maybe finding themselves a diamond in the rough, as you would put it, here for their pitching staff as they go to the bottom of the 5th inning now, 11-1. On your Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. This 5th inning being paid for by Kelly Wells for County Sheriff. Vote for leadership, integrity, knowledge, and excellence. Elect Kelly Wells for Caribou County Sheriff. Back after this with the bottom of the 5th inning on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Hello, I'm Kelly Wells and I'm running for Caribou County Sheriff. I grew up in Soda Springs and enjoyed all that Caribou County has to offer. I served in the United States Marine Corps and I have over 24 years of law enforcement experience, and I am a graduate of the FBI National Academy. I believe in servant leadership, building strong community partnerships, professionalism through training, service-oriented enforcement, and having a fair, friendly, and honest staff. Thank you, and I appreciate your vote on May 17th. Paid for by Kelly Wells for Sheriff.
Tried to help you through a few.
Caleb Burgraff back here. Thanks again to Coach Jeff Yuskoski from the Soda Springs baseball team for talking with us. We'll be covering the baseball team for a game and a pair of games, I should say, tomorrow, as he's going to head on down and take a look at what the Malad Dragons are going to be doing down on the baseball field as their game starting off. Malad taking on Marsing in their game over there. Here 11-1 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard in your 5th inning, being brought to you and paid for by Kelly Wells for County Sheriff, as the Cardinals will have the bottom of the order, Anna Stewart, Hallie Downs, and Jessie Belknap stepping up to the plate. And they'll be going once again against Shander Kidd, the right-handed pitcher for the DECLO Hornets. Several changes in the field for the Hornets that have come through during this game, but fortunately, I was not able to keep track of where they were in the field. It was Anna Stewart takes a first pitch for a strike, and now will step back into the right-handed batter's box. 0-1, nobody out here, bottom of the 5th inning, and Stewart nubs one over towards short, up with it, and a long throw to first base is going to be in time by Thompson if it is still the original shortstop. And Anna Stewart puts a good piece of the bat onto the ball, but cannot come up with the hit, as she will check out of this game with an 0-for-2 record on that at bat. Hallie Downs will step up now. She grounded out to the catcher her first time up. Now first pitch swinging, throws one to Kidd, and that one's rolled towards the pitcher before being thrown onto first, and the Cardinals in danger of going 1-2-3 shortly with Jessie Belknap stepping up. She has one of the 2 hits the Cardinals have been able to record so far in this game. And if she can come up with a hit here, she will go 2-for-2 and keep herself perfect. But unfortunately, first pitch, she grounds out to third. As that is the 5th inning. Wraps it up. 10-run rule in effect. That'll do it for this game. Cardinals cannot come back from this one. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will have a final stat recap of this one and a sports update coming up for you on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
Hi, this is Terry Crews, actor, former football player, and father of 5. I'm also an expert on drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids, and there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org.
And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ed Council.
Agrium's mission is to help feed the world responsibly. A world of 7 billion people, growing to 9 billion by 2050. Agrium helps farmers meet this increasing demand by supplying the nutrients and products needed to grow healthy crops, which provides communities with food and income, leading to more investment in health, education, and infrastructure, while protecting the environment for future generations. Agrium, feeding the world responsibly.
MyLocalRadio.com is Southwest Wyoming and Northeast Utah's top website and the best source for local area news, weather, sports, and community events. And that's not all. MyLocalRadio.com features thousands of photographs of Wyoming and Utah high school events, from speech and drama competitions to local events, sports and activities, and much more. Check it out today and see what MyLocalRadio.com has for you. One stop and get everything on your list. Gas, groceries, fresh deli items, lottery tickets, and all your fish and game licenses. Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs is locally owned and open 7 days a week. You can check the daily lunch specials every Monday through Friday on the Patterson Quick Stop Facebook page. When you need it quick, get it at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs, 111 North Hooper. Go Cardinals!
Next to the Idaho Theater in Soda Springs, Idaho, lies a lovely gift and art shop called Caribou Jack's Galleria and Emporium. It features local artists Wade Craven and Sandy Fugate, as well as other locally made items like homemade soaps and bath crystals by Julie Franson. And who can resist gourmet fudge and truffles by Jade Rainey? While you're there, put a gift basket together for a favorite someone that will put them over the moon. Top it off with a postcard featuring local iconic sites such as the Eastman Fire Truck and, of course, our famous geyser. All are produced by local photographer Kim Miller. That's me. That's Caribou Jack's Galleria and Emporium in Soda Springs, next to the Idaho Theater.
Welcome back out to the post-game wrap-up being brought to you today by the Soda Springs Galleria and Emporium, located next to the Idaho Theater. And our wrap-up will start off by taking a look at the hits for today's game. As the final line scored, the Cardinals fall 11-1 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. 9 hits and no errors for the 11 runs for the DECLO Hornets. Soda Springs with 1 run, 2 hits, and 7 errors in the game. That was really where the game was decided in this afternoon's contest. As far as the way the Cardinals lined up with the bats, Hallie Evans ended up going 0 for 2. Whitney Lish 0 for 1, did reach on a walk. Cheyenne Dominguez went 0 for 2. Sierra Woods ended up going 1 for 2, scored a run, and had an RBI double, or on a double that she hit from the left side in that game. Haley Ledbetter ended up going 0 for 1, or having a chance to reach base before being replaced in the game by Alicia Delaware, and she ended up going 0 for 1 with an RBI. Cheyenne Daniels went 0 for 2. Anna Stewart 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the game. Hallie Downs went 0 for 2 as well, and Jessie Belknap 1 for 2 and ended up getting to second base with her single of one of the 2 hits the Cardinals were able to get in the game. On the other side, Gretchen Pirtle ended up opening up the game. Again, some changes were made by the DECLO Hornets, so these are just for the positions and for the spots in the lineup. 1 for 3 went the number 1 spot with a run. Taylor Brazzi led off the game in the number 2 spot, and she went 1 for 4 with a run and 2 RBIs. Michaela Thompson ended up going 0 for 3 with a run. Madison Ramsey went 1 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs. Alexis Wells went 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run as well. Alexis Wells ended up getting hit by a pitch, so she reached base all 3 times. Hadley Knutson ended up going 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs and 2 runs. Camry Williams ended up going 1 for 3 with a run. Madison Stoker went 1 for 2 with an RBI and a run as well. Chandra Kidd, the only one not to end up getting a hit, 0 for 3 with 2 RBIs and had a chance to reach base as she moved all the way around to second base on an E7 for the Cardinals. Cardinals again following this one 11-1, your final score. We'll take a break, come back with our post-game wrap-up and a sports update from Aaron Torgeson on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
So, I'm a dog, and I'm kind of new to this family, but I've noticed a trend. My humans do this thing where they go around and get all my toys and hide them in this basket, but it's always the same basket, and it's always the same place, and then they act so surprised when I find them, but I'm like, hello, that's where you put it last time. Humans are the worst at hide and go seek.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
Whether or not you like winter, winter is upon us. There has never been a better time to convert to natural gas. Make this winter more comfortable and warm with a natural gas Lennox furnace from Reed's Plumbing and Heating in Soda Springs. The temperature outside doesn't matter. Keep your family cozy for years to come. For a new natural gas furnace, service on your existing furnace, or an in-home consultation, visit Reed's Plumbing and Heating today. 180 South 3rd East, next to the overpass. Reed's Plumbing and Heating. Natural gas worth asking for.
A ranger station.
I'd like to report a bear hug.
Okay.
I put out my campfire and Smokey Bear hugged me.
So you drowned the fire, you stirred it, drowned it again, and felt that it was cold?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but he's just letting you know you did good.
Bear hug from Smokey Bear. Status update.
I'm gonna let you go now. There are many ways to start a fire, but one sure way to put it out. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Still here in your post-game highlights, again being brought to you by Soda Springs Galleria and Emporium, located next to the Idaho Theater. They feature gourmet fudge and truffles, postcards of iconic sites in Caribou County, and luxurious homemade soaps and bath crystals, as well as customized artwork. It's time for us to jump into our sports update, and the softball and baseball are here in Glens Ferry. Also going on in action right now is the Soda Springs track meet, as that will be taking place this afternoon. Aaron Torgeson, a member of the Soda Springs track and field team, had a chance to sit down and talk with us. We'll get his words and thoughts right now on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Caleb Bergraff joined here with Aaron Torgeson from the Soda Springs track and field team. And Aaron, you guys just got done with your first good weather meet, I guess the best way to say it, of the year at American Falls. Now that you guys have that meet under your belt and got to meet with a couple more teams under your belt, what were your thoughts on the way that you performed as well as the team?
Well, I think that everybody, the entire team as a whole, did a great job at American Falls. I mean, the weather was near perfect and everybody was on the top of their game. So this meet, I think, really provided a starting point for the rest of the team and myself that we can improve our times from here, and we have a great place to know where we stand and to know where we need to go.
For yourself, you set a couple of PRs during that one, particularly in the 300 hurdles. What was it like this early in the year to be able to put that much time off of what your old record was?
It was really nice to be able to get some PRs, and last year I didn't really improve that much. So knowing that this year it'll be a lot better and I'll be able to get quite a few more PRs in and work hard and get things done, it's an amazing feeling.
Now the hurdles, you do the 110 and the 300. Those aren't necessarily easy events to do, and in fact, when you talk about the jumping and the height height of the hurdles as well. What made you decide you wanted to go into that instead of doing just more of the regular sprinting or even the long distance?
Well, I actually started doing hurdles when I was in middle school, and the reason I started them because they were different from the usual running races. I love running, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot more difficult, and I find it a lot more exhilarating and entertaining when you have to push yourself harder to go over an obstacle rather than just go for a distance.
How do you adjust when you go from something like the 400-meter race to doing the hurdles or vice versa?
It's actually relatively similar. The only difference with the hurdles is you really have to watch your step count, because if you get off on your steps, then you're going down.
We'll look at a couple more questions really quick. This week you guys get a home meet. How excited are you to have the home meet and actually have good weather coming up for the home meet as well?
I am extremely excited for the home meet. I'm not sure the good weather will last, but I'm hoping beyond hopes that it does. Having a home meet here, we have a lot of more support when you have a home meet. So I feel like me and the rest of the team will be able to push ourselves even harder than we did in American Falls.
We'll wrap it all up with this, and that's every kid wants to have a goal or something to reach for once they get towards that district tournament and the state tournament after that. Have you set any goals for yourself in the 3 events that you run?
Yeah, I've definitely set some goals for myself. I have goals in practice, goals at races, and goals for the end of the year. By the end of the year, I want to be about 2 or 3 seconds off in the 300s and in the 100-meter hurdles, and I'm confident that if I work hard at every practice, I'll be able to do that.
Well, Aaron, thank you so much for the time. Good luck as you continue to work towards those goals, and hopefully we'll be talking about you being one of the state qualifiers when it rolls around.
Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
It's so pretty here.
Katie's away at college,
There's the library.
but she can still be close to her mom back home. Travis is working on a big report. High-speed internet puts a world of information at his fingertips. Silver Star Communications provides connections that help students learn and keep families close, even when they're miles apart. Get your family in touch and informed with high-speed internet from Silver Star Communications. Call today or visit silverstar.com.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
April showers bring May flowers. Join nature in renewing the beauty around us by sprucing up your home this month. Contact Terry at Sanders Furniture and Appliance and get a free estimate on adding new floor covering throughout your home. They also have floor covers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, free belts and bags, and offer free carpet shampoo. See the store for details. And while you're in there, be sure to check out the fabulous inventory and rebates on Maytag, Whirlpool, GE, Crosley, Amana, KitchenAid, and Speed Queen appliances. That's Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, located across from the Caribou County Courthouse.
Welcome back into the post-game show. One final chance here to take a look ahead at what is coming up next for us. And next for us is a lot of baseball and softball tomorrow, as the Lady Cardinals and the Cardinal boys will be back in action 3 games tomorrow, and we'll be covering all 3 of them, starting off with baseball bright and early at 9 o'clock over at the home of the Pilots, Pilot Field. They will actually be taking on Wendell in that game, or excuse me, they'll actually be taking on Wells, Nevada in that game as they look to try and get a win in that contest. And after that, we'll be switching over to doing softball once again here at the softball field as the Lady Cardinals will be trying to take on the host team of this tournament, the Glens Ferry Pilots, or Lady Pilots, I should say, as they look to try and get their tournament off to a good start, as that will be the first game for the Pilots, one of 2 games that they are going to be playing in this tournament. And then after that, 4:30, we head back over to the baseball field, and we will be having the Soda Springs boys team taking on the defending state champions, the Nampa Christian Trojans, in a game where they will be looking to try and upset the defending state champions, and trying to bounce back after a loss to open up the tournament as well. Then it all switches over to Saturday when we will be doing the 9 o'clock baseball game as the Soda boys will be having their final contest taking on Prairie, and the Prairie Pirates will be looking to try and knock off the the Cardinal boys. That's your look ahead, and that is going to wrap up our broadcast coverage of the tournament in Glens Ferry today. Again, we'll be back on air tomorrow. Thank you for tuning into the Soda Springs Cardinals post-game show. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which can be used or rebroadcast without express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Once again, our final score on today's Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard is 11-1 in game number 2 and 5-0 in game number 1. The Cardinals dropping a pair of games, the first one to Wells, Nevada, the second one to the DECLO Hornets. Our next game will be on air at 8:30 tomorrow with the pregame show, followed by a game at 12:15 and a game at 4:30. We'll have varying pregame show lengths on those games coming up, and I want to thank you again for tuning into those ahead of time. We'll be on air again at 8:30 tomorrow morning, though, with our Deceivingly Tan pregame show. Today's executive producer is Val Cook. We'd also like to thank the following folks from KBRV 800 The Bear in Soda Springs: General Manager and Office Manager Kim Miller, Chief Photographer Warren Cook, who I saw floating around here as well, in fact almost being taken out by a softball down the left field line as he was trying to snap some pictures of this game. Also, I would like to thank our General Manager, Val Cook, once again. All of you for listening in have done a great job at supporting us, and so have our fine sponsors. And I just want to thank also Jeff Yuskoski for jumping on there and talking with us about baseball and giving us an update from how they did in their 4-9 loss to Wendell to open up the game. Until our next broadcast, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We'll be back on air tomorrow at 8:30 on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
Thank you for tuning in to this broadcast of Soda Springs Athletics on KBRV 800 The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com. This broadcast has been brought to you by Monsanto, Reed's Plumbing and Heating, Sanders Furniture, Agrium, Feeding the World Responsibly, and by Silver Star Communications. Keep it tuned right here all season long for more exciting action as the Redbirds of Soda Springs take to the diamond on your home for Caribou County Sports.